writing a lot about Arab culture, Arab music, Arab shared Arab sayings, all those things. And then one time I pitched an article about the Mediterranean and what we share in common. Because I thought, like, I've never seen an Alexandrian that goes to Athens and doesn't get shocked at how everything is similar, or a Tunisian that goes to Malta and is also equally shocked. So I thought that's a story worth sharing and investigating. But then my editor-in-chief told me that she doesn't think that I will find enough content for the article because the Mediterranean is just so diverse. And it was a very fast-paced environment, work environment, so I didn't want to waste time like challenging her and stuff. I just moved on. But now I'm so lucky that I didn't write this article back then, because now I actually know what we share. Like, it's not just the food, the music, the dances, the vibes. It's really, really like on the ground challenges and on the ground solutions, and we are structurally so similar that we can learn from each other so much, because some countries are doing things more efficiently than others, but we're still similar enough to help each other. I think that was my main like takeaway from UFM in terms of, like, you actually managed to leave me with like a mini identity crisis because I am currently in academia, and I used to think this is like the only thing I can do, but now I'm thinking implementation is the missing link for youth, because we often get framed as like detached from reality and too idealistic, but I don't think so. I think we have very like grounded solutions which we managed to show in this event, like working on tangible projects, but we sometimes just don't know how to translate it to policy language. So I felt super empowered by the approach to prioritize project management skills and the log frame methodology, all those things that are the language of the civil society sector in today's world. So I thought it was very empowering, and no matter how much we might like hate the mechanization of it and that it's like tuck, 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 no room for creativity, all those things, but it is how we can get all our awesome ideas to implementation. I'm checking if I missed something. Yeah.
This is actually for me personally, but I can speak, I think, on behalf of all UFM, is heartwarming, because this is our purpose. Like, we want to be a platform between the civil society and the policymaker. We want, and specifically, like with the youth dossier, we want that the voice of the young people can be not only heard by decision makers, by policymakers, but we want you to be able to translate your wonderful idea, your passion, your proactivity into something tangible. And we want to help you implementing this and connecting you with a very vibrant network of stakeholders that we have around us as UFM Secretariat, that can actually be the support and the trampoline for you to create this solution that is very much needed, not just by youth, but by the entire Euro-Mediterranean region. So really thank you, Farah, for mentioning this, because indeed, this was one of the purposes that we had in mind since the beginning when just thinking about the MedYouth Lab, as the UFM, but of course also with our partner, mainly with the German Cooperation for Development, who actually made this possible, and with the Annalyn Foundation, with the GEMED, and with, of course, with the Euro-Mediterranean University of Fes. So we all share this commitment for amplifying your voices, and not just amplifying them, but converting them into concrete actions. So thank you so much, because
thank
really...
you, and I want to add that I can't wait to actually attend launches of the projects that we worked on here. Like, I'm sure it will happen, and I'm sure we will meet somewhere around the Mediterranean region, and wait
Indeed.
for me to contact you when I start embarking on my big fat article journey about the Mediterranean and what we share. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Now, from Egypt, we jump to Lebanon. So, Najib, if you want to share your experience as well and your point of view, please.
Sure. Thank you so much.
You should open it.
You should turn it on. some technical problems, it always happens.
Okay, now it's working. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much, Julia. And it's so inspiring to hear from Anna and Farah as well about their reflections on this week, essentially. And just let me take this opportunity to congratulate the UFM, the GIZ, the UEMF, and the all relevant partners who made this journey actually a reality. So thanks so much for this. As someone who works essentially in the space of youth development, youth engagement, and advocacy, I don't usually see programs that really tackles youth engagement and gives that highlight to youth engagement. And I think all of us as young people here in this room comes from a Mediterranean region where we share a lot of issues that are critical for us. And we also share at the same time a responsibility to kind of co-create and think and imagine how we can really play a critical role in solving those problems. So this shared responsibility, I think it was translated in this week, essentially. And part of our shared problems and shared responsibility, I think it comes the importance of youth engagement and the importance and how critical it is to bring young people to the table, not only engaging them with conversation and consult with them, but also foster a space and platform where they can co-create and moving just from consulting and listening to young people to co-creating with them and perceiving them as equal partners. And I think this was also translated in the Med Youth Lab because we were equipped and we were trained essentially on how we develop and co-create projects and programs so we can really tackle those shared cross-cutting issues such as climate action. We have a green skills thematic cluster, youth mobility, and within those clusters we tackle different aspects of the issues that we face. So the project management aspects of this training was a very unique value, I think, because all of us are already social activists, youth activists, and young leaders already doing impact in our communities. So equipping us with the skills that we need to really take this to another level and foster solutions is really important. So the project management is critical, and I think this was also a very tailored approach. And here, just a shout out to the ALDA Foundation and all of the team who worked on the content because it was tailored to our needs before we came to FES, essentially. And the hands-on experience and the experts that we met, essentially, and the added value and the advice and the criticism that we received was really helpful in shaping the programs and the project that you will hear about in the upcoming sessions. And the diversity definitely was one of the highlights of the Med Youth Lab. Definitely, we're not only representing countries. Hello.
We have a new speaker on stage.
We have a new panelist here. She's going to speak in a few. So we're not only young people representing countries and nationalities. I think we're moving far beyond this. We're representing huge communities of young people, essentially. So it was great to hear and to share a perspective of different people. And also, you know, the interculturality. For example, I'm someone who is very passionate and interested in learning Spanish, and I was practicing with so many people here in this room, and they can vouch for it. So it was a great opportunity for us to meet, exchange, and definitely learn how we take our ideas to another level. So this is a nutshell, and I think this was a highlight of my year, essentially, since I had my birthday yesterday, so definitely it was a highlight for my year. So thanks so much again to all of the partners who worked on this, and definitely just a shout out to all the participants here, and I look forward to hearing about the pitches. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Najib. Well, truly Mediterranean identity, since your birthday is on the day of the Mediterranean, November 28th, which was actually an important celebration that we had yesterday. So thank you so much for sharing your experience.
Okay. Julia, Anna, Farah, and Najib for taking us through the journey of how last week looked like. And as much as we try to share with you, I feel like people needed to be there to really feel the experience and for also being very calm sharing it. If yesterday you came and asked us about it, we would have had a more like chaotic response as we were preparing all of the pitches and all of the proposals and all of the documents. And I was telling the participants that this is how a real experience of opening an initiative for an NGO looks like. It's chaotic and it's stressful and it's beautiful at the same time. So thank you for being the co-designers, the participants, and also for being very present and very youthful, because we heard the word youth engagement a lot in the speeches, and I feel that it's now a very trendy word. You hear it a lot, but the people who really actually do it in the right way, it's not about just inviting a bunch of people from all around the world to come in the same room. It's about seeing them as partners, not just as participants. And we would say that each and every one of you was a really good partner for this journey. So thank you so much for the participants again. And now, to go for our opening remarks, I would like to call Hafsa Al-Jabri to the stage.
Thank you.
Another brilliant lab participant. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Yusra, for the introduction. As mentioned previously, my name is Hafsa Benan Ijbari. Ijbari is actually my second surname. I'm thrilled to be here with all of you today on this day, and it's honestly a big honor for me to be moderating this session. It's my pleasure to introduce you today to 5 exceptionally talented speakers whose work holds immense value for the Mediterranean. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ambassador Nasser Kamal, Secretary General of Union for the Mediterranean, Mr. Mustafa Busmina, President UEMF, the Euro-Mediterranean University of Fes, Mr. Stefano Dotto, who is joining us today online, Head of Sector Good Governance and Security, DG NEAR, European Commission, Mr. Rami Khawelde, Diplomat Embassy of Jordan in Rabat, and Mr. Johannes Leple, I hope I have pronounced this well, Head of UFM Hub for Jobs, Trade and Investment at GIZ, the Development Agency of Germany. I'll first give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Nasser Kamal, Secretary General, Union for the Mediterranean. Mr. Ambassador Nasser Kamal is a career diplomat for the Egyptian government. Nasser Kamal held the position of Ambassador of Egypt to the United Kingdom from 2014 to 2018. He was also ambassador to France in the period 2006-2012, during which he took part in the drafting of the joint declaration of the 2008 Paris Summit that marked the launch of the Union for the Mediterranean. Furthermore, between 2012 and 2014, he was Assistant Minister for Arab and Middle Eastern Affairs. From 2004 to 2006, he was the Director of Egypt's Public Information Service. And prior to this position, he also served in various embassies, including Washington, 1984-1988, Lisbon, Tunis, Brussels, and Paris. Please, Mr. Nasser Kamal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Hafsa. Thank you, Hafsa. Great introduction. I'm quite overwhelmed, I have to say, by all what I've heard in the last 30 minutes, starting with Julia, she is the soul of that exercise. She was supposed to be accompanied by another colleague who lost her passports. So she had to do all the heavy lifting. Impressed by the way Yusra introduced the event, amazing. Farah, my country lady, you make us proud, really. and Najib, of course, who eloquently explained the whole purpose of the exercise. So I really don't know. I had a whole speech written which exactly repeat what, what you have said in terms of why this program, what it achieved, the philosophy behind it. So maybe I will only confine my intervention to congratulating the team who organized this event, the young, amazing men and women who participated, which I saw a small sample by those interventions, which I assure you, you are way much better than we were when we had your age. So that gives us hope in terms of how well educated you are, how well prepared, and how well aware of the outside world of the region you live in, and that gives you way more means and tools to make things happen for you personally, for your own city, for your own country, and eventually for the whole region. So in that sense, you give me hope for someone who is close to retirement, looking at this generation of young talent, how they came about, how they worked together, how they spent 4 days preparing pitches in this lab, which is a lab in a sense. All of that gives me hope. And one of the most exciting files we work on is definitely youth, but also women empowerment, I have to say. Those are two files which are very close to my heart, because I think through those two pillars, we can move the region further ahead. I completely forgot the speech, so if you wrote it, Julia, don't feel bad about it. The second thing I want to thank our partners, because without our partners, we would not have been able to hold this beautiful event. First, our host, this great man, Professor Qasim Busnina, the president of this beautiful university, which embody the whole idea of Euromed in Fez. 30 nationality you have? 50 nationalities. Last year they were 30 plus, now it's 50. Next year it will be 100 nationality. I mean, you are going at a stellar speed, I have to say, in terms of making this beautiful academic institution into a hub for education, not only for Morocco, but for the entire region. And that's because of the excellent academic, the partnership you forge with all academia all over the world, but especially in the Mediterranean. So thank you for hosting us. The German cooperation represented by BMZ, but of course GIZ, our partner in crime in so many of those activities, and without their financial, technical input, we would not have been able to organize this event. Also, I have to thank Anna, if I'm not mistaken, Delta, who helped design this beautiful program, and the effort they undertook in terms of making it happen. Anna Lindh Foundation was involved, if I'm not mistaken, and of course, I mentioned it, European Institute of the Mediterranean. I have many other things I wanted to speak about, but I think I will not waste your time and everybody else. Just to encourage you maybe to, since if you were satisfied with this exercise, to also engage with an upcoming exercise, which is our Mediterranean Youth Water Hackathon. I encourage you to, for you who are interested in the nexus, water, food, and energy nexus, to apply. If you open our website, it is still possible to apply until the 13th of December. Maybe some of you will be with us in that beautiful exercise. I was asked to talk about many of our youth programs, including the event we hosted during the COP29 in Baku with Yongo, also to talk about our youth strategy, but you can read it in our website. I don't need to tell you what you're doing now is part of our youth strategy, so no need for taking you into our philosophy, but please go through it, follow us, see what we're organizing, try to engage with us, and try to be with us in future exercise. I will end my intervention here by truly thanking you, and the feeling I got from listening to all of you, including our team, our young people, you, Julia, are part of that generation, definitely. So you give me hope for a better tomorrow, for a better Mediterranean, for a much more prosperous and peaceful, especially at this very difficult time when we see the region going through violence, through complete disregard of international law, that the future will hold a more peaceful, just, and prosperous region for us. Thank you very much. Allow me to introduce Professor Qasim Ghuslina because he has to leave immediately after his speech. So please, Professor, come and take the stage.
Thank you. You are mistaken. My name is not Qasim. It's Mustafa. Mr. Secretary General, the representatives of different institutions that are involved in this gathering, dear students, we are very delighted and honored to have you here at the Euromed University of Fez. They told me that you are from 21 countries across the region, and you were engaged in a 4-day discussion about global issues of importance for our region. And I am sure that what I heard, I came just right now, and I heard young leaders, and I am sure that they will be leaders in our region to shape our common future. But the most important thing is that you were able to discuss with other youth from different countries, with different cultures, with different views, with different opinions, and you could really discuss during 4 days, and I am sure that you reached a consensus, and your findings will be very important to us. And this is the most important thing, is to bring people together, as Mr. Secretary General just said, in a time where we are living a difficult situation worldwide due to the war between Russia and Ukraine, the war in the Middle East, and the threats globally, and we need nowadays to bring people together. I am very happy that you could make it during 4 days in Morocco, and perhaps some of you, it's their first time here in this land, and this land is situated in Africa. We are on the African continent, and we are living big threats on this continent. And my dream, Mr. Secretary General, I know that your role is really to bring people across the Euro-Mediterranean region, and it's a very important role. And what you have done here to bring people from different countries to work together, and this is what we are seeking for. From our view, my dream as an African is really to have this economic integration between Europe and Africa, and for different reasons. If I may take just 2 minutes to explain that. If you watch globally the world nowadays, and all the associations across the globe. You have in Asia what we call ASEAN. That's the association of the southern east countries from Asia, who collaborate strongly with China, with India, with Japan, and with South Korea, and that makes 4.5 billion of inhabitants that control more than 50% of the world trade. Then you have the ALENA agreement between USA, Canada, and Mexico, and who collaborate strongly through different mechanisms with South America, Mercosur, but other mechanisms, and that make more than 1 billion inhabitants. And then you have Europe, very small, 380 million. Very small. In front of Europe, you have Africa. Africa has presently more than 1.4 billion inhabitants, and this number will increase by 2050 to something like 2.5 billion. And at the end of the century, this number will be most likely like 4 billion of inhabitants. 40% of the world population will be African. 2/5 of the planet Earth inhabitants will be African. Africa, it's huge. It's very huge, more than 30 million kilometers square. Perhaps the map you had in the classrooms when you learn geography, in fact, it's a wrong map, because this map considers 1 centimeter at the equator, it's equal to 1 centimeter at the pole, which is wrong. 1 centimeter at the equator, it's more than 10 times the distance at the pole. If you can figure out what does mean 30 million kilometers square, you take the surface area of Africa and you ask the question, how many countries can I fit within this surface area? So if I ask you, who is bigger, Africa or United States, which is big for you? Africa. If you take the surface area of United States and you put it in Africa, and then I ask you, who is bigger, China or Africa? Huh? China. So you take the surface area of United States, you put it in Africa. You take surface area of China, you put it in Africa. And there's still room, plenty of room of putting more surface areas. You take the surface area of India and you put it in Africa. You take the surface area of 27th country of European Union. You put it in Africa, and there is still room to add other countries. You take UK and you put it in surface area of Africa, and there's still room. You add the surface area of Japan, of South Korea, and there's still room of putting other countries. You take the surface area of Mexico, of Argentina, of Switzerland, and still some room of putting countries. It's a huge land with more than 1.4 billion of inhabitants in this land. The average age in Africa, it's less than 20. Conversely, to the average age in European Union, which is approximately 44. This young generation might be a chance for Africa if we prepare for them the right conditions and the adequate conditions for them to express their talent and to participate to the development of the African continents. Otherwise, it will be a source of violence and a source of fracture. And you can do everything you want in Europe. You can make any borders you want. You cannot stop 1.4 billion of people to cross the borders and to seek for better life. The best thing to do is really to see how can we work together between these two continents from economic point of view. Because Africa, it's a huge land, it needs bridges, it needs highways, it needs goods of consumption. Europe produces, has knowledge, and the best idea is to bring these two continents and from economic point of view. To do that, we need talents, we need leaders like you. And what I heard just during 3 minutes, I was really just blown away how to see this young generation speaking. They have other words, they have other mechanism of thinking. And bravo, I will say bravo in French language, what you are doing here today. And we are very proud, Mr. Secretary General. They would like to thank you, to thank Annaline, to thank the German cooperation, and the European Union, I guess, was involved in that, to bring this young generation here in our university. And I am inviting you, because today it's very, very tough day for our university. We have just the Board of Trustees, and Mr. Secretary General is a member of that Board of Trustees. But at 4, I am inviting you all to the graduation ceremony, and please be there. We will be very, very happy to have you at the graduation ceremony, and you will see something different from what you know about graduation ceremonies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mustafa Bousmina, for inspiring and encouraging words. Indeed, it is very important that we provide young people with the necessary resources in order for them to be active in our society, and we hope to see a future led by young people and prosperity, not only in Africa, not only in the Middle East, but in the whole world. Now I have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Stefano Dotto, who is joining us online. Stefano Dotto leads the team dealing with good governance and security for the Neighborhood South in the European Commission, Directorate General for Neighborhood Policy and Enlargement Negotiations. Previously, Mr. Dotto held the position of team leader for the team in charge of environment and connectivity in the same unit. Before this, he worked as an economist, participating actively to the preparation of the EU enlargement, and was subsequently part of the preparation of the team, dealing with Kosovo issues in North Macedonia. He's currently responsible for designing and implementing programs on cultural dialogue, security relations with civil society, dialogue and support to international organizations and media. Due to his previous position, Mr. Dotto has a solid experience of themes relating to the EU internal market and economics, as well as environment and climate action. Mr. Dotto holds a degree in international economics from University of Bocconi and wrote or contributed to the publications on EU enlargement and relations with candidate countries. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for these introductory speeches, which nevertheless made me feel very humble after speaking after Ambassador Kamel and Professor Bousmina. So, of course, I'm delighted to join you, and together with Jordanian co-presidency, colleagues from GIZ and colleagues from the Commission and the delegation in Rabat. I would like to thank also the previous speakers for the energy and the positivity that you brought to with your words in a moment where the geopolitical situation is indeed somehow worrying, but we have light, we have hope on precisely new generations to make the situation better for the future. So allow me to spend a few words to explain the framework of the interventions of the European Commission on youth, and then say what are our plans for the immediate future. First of all, we have the Youth Action Plan that we adopted in 2022, which is the first ever policy framework to support young people in the external action. And how we're implementing this strategic paper. First of all, support to the Union for the Mediterranean and the Anna Lindh Foundation. And I would like here to pay a tribute and remind the fantastic work that they do. In particular, Anna Lindh Foundation working on Mediterranean Youth in Action, which aims at empowering young people to engage in decision-making and connecting youth from both shores of the Mediterranean. Then we have the Civil Society Leadership Program, also in the context of the Anna Lindh Foundation. And we have the fantastic cooperation, European Commission, Union for Mediterranean, Anna Lindh Foundation, in the EUFM Youth Forum, and in particular the event that took place in September, last September in Helsinki, where I had fantastic feedbacks from the colleagues and those who participated. Another event that I missed, unfortunately. And part of the Anna Lindh policy debates on youth, there are several events which are organized in Brussels, and again, the one in Helsinki at the margin of the EUFM Youth Forum. Then the Commission organized the first ever Global Gateway High-Level Youth Forum in October in Brussels, and I was pleased to notice that a number of participants from the southern neighborhood had the opportunity to join and to express themselves and contribute very actively to the works. The Commission also supports young European ambassadors, Goodwill ambassadors, and GIL Connectors, which is a network of influencers who bring young people together and allow them to engage with EU officials, to have their voices heard and develop their knowledge of European policies and instruments. Then we have more targeted projects. People who are listening to me, you're not concerned because I'm thinking of the project on youth need. So not in employment, education, or training. And I see that the audience here is clearly not the same. And it's a project that we're implementing with the ILO. Now, what's next? We have a new commission in place, well, validated just yesterday. And when it will come in place, they have a mandate from the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, to consult youth in the first 100 days of their mandate. So we also have the mandate to develop a pact for the Mediterranean. And it's going to be carried on through an inclusive process and a consultation process. And we will invite young people to participate in the definition of this pact. So it's coming, we're working on this, and we really count on the people who will join to make a new process of engagement with the Mediterranean countries. So with this, I would like to stop and thank you very much for the work that you're doing. And I hear that it's been fantastic days there, and I'm really so sorry I couldn't join this time, but there will be other opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dotto, for the insights of the work that the European Commission is currently doing. I was also recently a participant in the high-level Global Gateway high-level youth event, and it was really inspiring to meet and work with other fellow young people. Now I have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Rami Khawaldeh. I hope I have pronounced this correctly. Mr. Khawaldeh is a Jordanian diplomat currently serving at the Embassy of Jordan in Rabat. His diplomatic career has included key assignments in the Jordanian Embassy in Khartoum, the Jordan Mission in Geneva, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs Cabinet. With experience in negotiation, policy formulation, and international relations, he has engaged in diverse roles requiring strategic communication and collaboration across cultures. His focus remains on advancing Jordan's interests while fostering dialogue and cooperation at the international level. Please Welcome with me, Mr. Rami Khawalde. You have the floor. I also need to, I apologize. I need to mention that Mr. Khawalde is delivering his speech in Arabic. So please bear in mind that you have available simultaneous translation in both English and French. Thank you.
صباح الخير جميعا. سعادة الأمين العام، السادة الحضور، يشرفني اليوم أن أخاطبكم نيابة عن المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية، ونحن نتشارك رئاسة الاتحاد من أجل المتوسط مع الاتحاد الأوروبي.
Nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui dans la ville historique de Fès pour discuter de l'agenda des jeunes pour la Méditerranée et pour célébrer les réalisations du laboratoire jeunesse euro-arabe. Avant tout, je souhaiterais féliciter chaleureusement le secrétariat de l'Union pour la Méditerranée pour le succès remarquable du laboratoire jeunesse euro-arabe qui nous a donné une occasion unique aux jeunes de tout le bassin méditerranéen de se réunir, d'échanger des idées et de développer des solutions innovantes aux défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés. Il ne fait aucun doute que les compétences et les connaissances acquises à travers ce programme permettront à nos jeunes de devenir des acteurs de changement actifs dans leur communauté. Au moment où nous avançons avec l'agenda jeunesse de l'Union pour la Méditerranée, il est essentiel de mettre en place des mécanismes solides de suivi et d'évaluation pour mesurer nos progrès en la matière, afin de faire une bonne évaluation et afin que nos initiatives soient efficaces et qu'elles répondent aux besoins de nos jeunes. J'appelle tous les États membres à s'engager à fournir des rapports transparents et réguliers sur
activities in line with the youth agenda. And by doing so, we can learn from each other's success and challenges and continually improve our efforts to empower Mediterranean youth. Finally, I must touch on a matter of great importance that affects us all: the ongoing conflict in Gaza, a fellow Mediterranean city. It continues to cause immense suffering and instability. It is imperative that we, as a united Mediterranean community, call for an immediate end to the war on Gaza. We must work together to support peace initiatives and provide humanitarian assistance to those in need. Gaza's youth, like all young people in our region, deserve to live in peace and have the opportunity to build a better future. In conclusion, let us celebrate the achievements of the Euro-Arab Youth Lab, commit to closely monitoring and evaluating the youth agenda, and uniting our call for peace in Gaza. Together, we can create a brighter and more prosperous future for all young people in the Mediterranean. And thank you all.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khawaldi.
Now I have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Johannes Lepel. Mr. Johannes Lepel oversees the cooperation between GIZ and the UFM Secretariat. Especially, he heads the GIZ office in Spain and the GIZ project UFM Hub for Jobs, Trade and Investment, which supports the Union for the Mediterranean in Barcelona. He's a trade policy expert with over 15 years of professional experience in EU policy and development cooperation. Prior to his work at GIZ, he worked as a political advisor in the European Parliament and as a head of office of the chairman of the European Parliament's Committee on International Trade. He holds degrees in political science and governance and development policy, as well as an MPA from Harvard University. Please, Mr. Johannes Lepel, welcome, you have the floor.
Thank you, Hafsa. There's so much that has already been said. I just really want to congratulate you for the work you've been doing this last week. I had the opportunity to come into many of the rooms and see your sessions and your work. And I must say I've been really impressed by how focused you were in your work and how passionate also you were sometimes in your group discussions and your work with your colleagues. And it's been really impressive, honestly. I work for the German Development Corporation, which means that my full-time job is project management and project development. And what you did these last 4 days, I think, is a lot closer to reality than what you might think. So when we professionals, I would say professionals because we do it full-time, if we develop project ideas, when we come together and organize our project management, we do exactly the same that you've been doing. We come together, there's a bunch of us, we sit around a table, we have our laptops open. Some people might be on their phones, which they shouldn't be. We have a flip chart, we brainstorm ideas, we talk to partners, we develop a log frame, which I know was your favorite part of this week. And when we do this, we have several months to do that job, and you had only 4 days. So that's a great achievement and very challenging indeed. And there are more challenges, of course. I saw when I came through the rooms and I saw your working groups. Obviously, you have to deal with different personalities. You have to deal with other people that bring different expectations and priorities. You deal with people in your groups that come from different academic and professional backgrounds. And you also had to deal with people from different countries, which means different cultural backgrounds, which means different languages maybe in your groups. And it also means you had to come up with a project idea that is relevant for all the countries that you represent. So you had even some additional challenges that you handled, I think, in a very effective way. So, and by the way, that's not so different from what the UFM is doing with its member states, right? They come together, they identify common challenges, and then they work on joint solutions. So this co-development of ideas and priorities and initiatives is exhausting, and unfortunately, it's not the only challenge, because even if you have a good idea, you have to communicate it well. There's a lot of funding out there, there's a lot of partners out there, there's a lot of donors out there, but there's also a lot of ideas out there. And you have to sell your idea, you have to gather support behind it, and you have to communicate it well so that it all works out. So in that sense, I'm, like everybody else here, looking forward to hearing the results of this whole week of work. And most of all, I hope that you had a productive and inspiring week, that you will continue to collaborate with each other even after this week is over, that you will continue to collaborate across borders to really have a positive impact on your hometowns, your communities, your countries, and the whole Mediterranean region. And lastly, if you allow, really quickly to join in thanking all of those who made this week possible, which is, of course, the EU-Mediterranean University for hosting us, which is the Anna Lindh Foundation, the European Institute of the Mediterranean, which is the great team of coaches at ALDA who spent the whole week with you. I think they did a fantastic job, which is the agency that worked in the background and helped out wherever they could. And it's, of course, the UFM Secretariat. And here I might also particularly point out the work that Julia has been doing. She has been working tirelessly for months to put all the pieces together to make this week work. And also this week, you might not have seen her a lot because she was working day and night, barely getting any food, barely sleeping, always with the phone and laptop at the same time. So thanks to all of those people, and have a good last day. Thank you.
Okay, wow. This was a very inspiring opening remark. As young people, we get told a lot that we are the future. We are the future generation. The future relies on our responsibility. And as beautiful as this externally sounds, sometimes you get to a point where I don't want this big responsibility. I don't want to only be in charge of the future. I was not the only person that contributed to the reality, so it's so much to tell to someone. But what we really are, that we are the present. We are here now, we are here today. And for us to build a brighter future, we need to have a good present. And I think from everything that we have heard in the opening remarks, you can see an evidence that there is actual support that is beyond just believing that young people are going to do better, but we are dedicating programs, budgets, and sincere belief that these people can have the responsibility of better realities to be built under them. So I want to thank everyone and the contribution that you have shared, not only today, but also the belief that have been happening in the back end of this project for the past months. And something else that you need to have a better future is documenting the practices that happen today and every day with youth leading the community building. And I will be calling Dudu Torko for the stage, one of our UFM participants that has really good dancing skills as well, to the stage to tell you more about this part. Dudu?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to welcome you all here. Today is not starting for me very well because I made dirty my shirt, but everything is perfect and positive, and it's very nice to see you here. So I would like to start with my words today with a nice quote, actually, because I would like to invite two important leaders after my quotes. So the leadership is not about the power. So the leadership is about bridging people and to shape the future together. So today, actually, Ambassador, I would like to introduce two important speakers. First of all, Ambassador Stephan Borch, Deputy Secretary General, UFM Secretariat, Social and Civil Affairs. And the second, our guest will be Graziano Tullio. It's an external youth engagement expert in UFM. So I would like to kindly invite you to the stage, and please. So before starting, I would like to give information. I'm quite excited, by the way. So I would like to give a little information about our first guest speaker, Stephan Borch. So Ambassador Stephan Borch, currently serving as a Deputy Secretary at the UFM Secretariat responsible for social and civil affairs, brings a wealth of experience to this discussion since joining the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1994. His career has taken him across the globe from London, Brussels and Riyadh to New Delhi and Valletta, with notable accomplishments in international security, policy and migration related to negotiations and regional diplomacy. So, is it working, right? So, since September 2024, Stephan Borch as a Deputy Secretary of UFM Secretariat and also working Malta's High Commissioner to India based in New Delhi from January 2019. Also, another contribution during his career, Stephan Borch worked as a Malta's ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh and as Malta's representative to the Political and Security Committee of the European Union in Brussels. And the last thing I would like to mention about his career, Borch also joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1994. So And his extensive experience in diplomacy rooted in a vision that aligns perfectly with today's theme, with this Prince Ambassador Barge has dedicated his career to foreign diplomacy and cooperation. We are fortunate to have him to share his insight with today, and please welcome to join to him in the stage.
Thank you for that very exhaustive introduction. I was hoping that you would leave some dates out of it, because I must say that I'm delighted to join you here today with one little regret, that I do not qualify any longer to be defined as a youth according to official definitions, at least. No, but before going into the substance of what I want to say today, let me just make a couple of quick remarks. The presentations made this morning were truly inspirational, by Farah and Najib in particular. And I must say, coming from Malta, which sits right at the center of the Mediterranean, as you may know, it is indeed very true that there are more similarities between us than there are differences. One of the most defining traits of my country, although of course I'm not here representing it, but I'm here representing the UFM, is that we speak a language that is 60 to 70% coming from Arabic, and with a lot of Romance, Italian, Spanish words in it. So we can truly understand most of you here, and probably you can understand us as well. So that's a point I want to make. The second point I want to make is that, yes, we have been working on this event, the Med Youth Lab, for many months, with Julia spearheading our efforts. But the real substance of it is coming together, the melding of experiences and insights which you all have brought to this exercise. So let me say some words about what I was asked to speak about today, and that is our plan to systematically incorporate youth perspectives in policy-making processes and multi-stakeholder dialogue. And our event today, and the presentation of the document that will follow, are part of a journey that started with the UFM's commitment to put youth at the center of its vision for a more stable, prosperous, and inclusive and integrated Euro-Mediterranean region. Today, we are taking another step in that journey, with a determined purpose to truly involve youth in shaping policies that are crucial to improving our lives and well-being. Well, youth empowerment is often defined, as we have already heard, as instrumental in shaping an inclusive and sustainable future. And you may all have read or heard about the Declaration for Future Generations that was agreed in September at the UN, and which puts youth as crucial players to develop, implement policies and practices that are responsive to future opportunities, risks, and challenges. And how is that going to be achieved? It's going to be achieved through strategic foresight and the capabilities to be able to support policy-making processes, thinking of different plausible futures. And in the context of more complex and more interconnected challenges and risks facing our region, strategic foresight and the structured and systematic approach of exploring plausible futures to anticipate and better prepare for change is essential. But to be able to be responsive to change and indeed be agents of change, we must ensure that youth voices are integrated systematically and transversally in the definition, implementation, and follow-up of policy making now in the present. And in this regard, I want to especially emphasize the importance of including youth perspectives in all frameworks and processes, both at national and international level, to build resilience. And building resilience is indeed an essential part of our work, including of my division at the Secretariat, resilience to energy insecurity, food insecurity, environmental degradation, climate-induced disasters that are increasingly affecting our region. So what have we done? From our side, we have tried to see how to better implement the policies that we are promoting. And we are promoting these policies through the UFM Youth Strategy 2030, adopted in 2021, which is being operationalized by the UFM Youth Agenda Call for Action, adopted in 2023. And as you may know, the UFM Youth Agenda calls for actions and initiatives to address major global challenges. And I know that you have been working in developing projects centered on the thematic clusters set out in our agenda. And to do that, we have made a number of consultations together with civil society, policymakers, youth leaders throughout 2024 on how young people from the Mediterranean region could be actively and meaningfully involved in multi-stakeholder dialogue, policy-making processes related to key thematic priorities of our agenda. So the main concern that emerged from these consultations was the need to ensure meaningful youth engagement across all thematic priorities, multi-stakeholder intergovernmental intergenerational dialogue, and tailored capacity building initiatives. These were identified as crucial tools to achieve these goals. And then, of course, we need to see how to be able to integrate the proposed outcome of this document and the foundation of a structured multi-stakeholder dialogue mechanism that the UFM is committed to put in place starting from 2025. I am deeply convinced that with the cooperation of our partners and with the collaborative effort of the UFM member states, the UFM Secretariat, civil society, to each of whom a set of dedicated recommendations are addressed, young people's voices will help shape the UFM's agenda to enhance resilience to risks and seize opportunities for positive change. I'm looking forward to all of you presenting your pitches later today. And I now hand over the floor to Tullio Graziano to present the recommendations of the document. Thank you.
I would like to say thank you to Stefan Borch for this nice speech. And if I would like to a little bit summarize the youth engagement with multi-stakeholders, it's important to fill the gaps in every sector. So now I would like to actually start again with another nice word by saying young people are the architects of the future. So as a external youth engagement expert, I would like to introduce you Graziano Tullio. with this quote, actually, if I give you a nice introduction about him, Graziano Tullio has spent over 15 years empowering the youth to take an active role in shaping democratic process and during the meaningful change. Graziano's extensive experience spans training, design, policy development, and project management, collaborating with youth associations, NGOs, regional entities, and intergovernmental bodies. His work as a trainer has taken him across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, where he has delivered programs on youth work, intercultural dialogue, and sustainable development. Until 2022, Graziano served as the Youth Cooperation Program Officer at North and South Center of the Council of Europe, coordinating intergovernmental youth cooperation initiatives and fostering dialogue between decision makers and youth, young people. Currently, he consults for the UFM Secretariat and the European Economic and Social Committee of European Union, and SALTO Participation and Information, specializing youth participation and civic engagement. Please give me welcome to him, Graziano Tullio, to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I have to start to say a word of thank you for the UFM to have me entrust me this exercise of producing this document, which actually was following another very important exercise of producing the agenda of the UFM. But on the other side, I have to also to say that they always put me in this very peculiar moment of the program. Last time it was before the coffee break, and now it's just before your pitching. So I believe that you are just waiting to have your space and present your pitch, and I'm just in between you in this moment. So I try to be short and what I was supposed to be, and I just want to highlight 2 points of the work we did on this policy document that basically gathered the outcome of a long work we did throughout a few months this year. The first things I wanted to say is about how this document came together, because it was a big process of engaging with policymakers, young people, grassroots representatives, academia. It was very nice to see, for example, policymakers asking questions to young representatives to say how you managed to do that, or having academia talking with other policymakers to making them certain dynamics, certain model, understanding how does it work. And we had presentation, we had interactive tools digitally. So there was a lot of elements in there. It was a big process. And for me, at least personally, what I see is that this process counts much more than what actually you can see than written in the document. Because the process sometimes matters more than the results. And in the situation like what we are discussing here today, we are discussing about policy dialogues, multi-stakeholders dialogue, intergenerational dialogue. And dialogue, basically, it's a process. So basically, we have to manage before to understand how to manage a process, before to manage the content of it, and to find a result out of it. So that's why it's very important to understand how to put together all these elements, but also how to work together as you did in these few days. And this is actually already one of the key elements I want to talk about that came out and we put it in the document, which is about how the process of policy dialogue actually works and how they should work. It is true that more and more, there is more space for young people to participate in policy dialogue. Now the youth is a very big point in the agenda of any big organization. But the question is how these policy dialogue they look like, how they are done, which kind of tools they use it. And what we understood, and as many other people already understood, is that the way how they are structured, they are not the best and the more efficient way, neither for engaged young people, and neither to get from them the necessary inputs the organization they need to go ahead with their work. There is no flexibility. Sometimes they are very steady, not able to really grasp the varieties of elements that comes from young people. So the first things that you can see in this document is that it's important what the UFM is doing, but it's important also to make this step forward, to make it clear that there should be a change towards a more equal work, so what is called the co-leadership process, co-ownership process of the policy dialogue, where not only the content, but also the process to create the space for policy dialogue is created with young people. And of course, this is not an easy process. It takes a lot of changes, but it also needs, there is a lot of capacity building from the side of the people who are in charge of this process from the side of the organization, namely, for example, in this case of the UFM. Because we always talk about capacity building for young people, about project management and leadership, but it's important to put on the paper that it's also important to have capacity building for the staff of the organization, for the people who actually are leading this policy dialogue. And there should be a change also in the mindset. And what you're doing today is very important because in a few moments you're going to be the one on the stage talking to the policymakers and the institutional representative, and not vice versa, as usually happens. So that's already a big change. It's a little element of transformation which actually we are doing. So one of the points is actually about this process of changing that will be done very effectively. And in this regard, there is another element, which is about the involvement of young people in this kind of dialogue. The question is, who are these young people participating in these policy dialogues? And these are kind of sensitive issues because I can see that participating in many events, I can see always the same people around, the so-called professional participants. While on the other side, there is a lot of young people coming from vulnerable backgrounds and difficult situations that they don't have the chance to participate in this dialogue. And this is actually a very important point. It's not just about the quantity of the people, the young people in the room, but also the quality and how much they are representative of many different needs. Because young people from vulnerable background, which are not really connected to big youth organizations or political parties and the like, so not able to really find an entry point to this kind of dialogue, are actually the ones who are suffering the most the decision that comes from that state, from that tables. So somehow what we put it down in the document is also find new ways to engage with them. One of these ways, for example, is to try to have more space and for having consultation process at the member state level, also with informal group of young people, because sometimes to establish an NGO and a youth organization is not that easy, not that possible for young people. And yet they should be able to sit on the table. So there should be space to have other kind of conversation also with them. But another point is also about the way how these young people are appointed. There should be more transparency and more accountability in the way how young people are appointed, are selected to participate in events. And in this process, youth organization and grassroots organizations should have a role in selecting and try to look for people who are really representative of the reality in the grassroots level. Try to represent gender balance, geographical diversity, etc. So that's another point that it's important to bring on the table. And one point that I want to make more is that it's a big work, of course, because we are talking about changing a bit of the structure of how member states work, how the secretariat works. But there is something that UFM is very good in it, and there is a big capacity there. And we see it in these last few months working in this online consultation, which is the network of this so-called UFM focal network for youth. Basically, which are those people, part of the member states organization, which are close to the reality on the ground at the national level, but very much connected to the architecture system of the UFM. So there are kind of this chain, this link between the national, local level and international level. And the idea that we put down in the document is to let's invest even more on it, because that might work very well. But, and there is a big but there should be much more investment from the part of the member states, starting from selecting and appointing the right people to cover this role in order to accompany both the policymaker and the young people. And all these people need, of course, accompaniment through all the process, because we are talking about changing the way and also the narrative how policy are done. I just want to conclude now with one recommendation that also touched the civil society organization, because in this document we try to give a recommendation in different direction and not taking out also the work of young people. And something that we also see that was acknowledged by many of you that I see here and I see also likely also during the online phases is that the youth organizations throughout the region is not so much united. There is not so much coordination. There is a lot of overlapping. there is fragmentation, and this doesn't help the policy processes, because in order to really impact the agenda, you should have a strong voice. And the strong voice comes when there is coordination. And this is something that has to be done a bit more, and that was recognized by many of you there. And this is particularly important because in order to be able to sit together with the policymakers in this multi-stakeholders policy dialogue, first of all, we all must be able to sit together with our peers and not just go straight on to the door of the institution alone. And I think, and this is the last thing that I would like to say, is that this element, this message is also a wish that I would like to see here in this room, because you spent together 5 days, and everybody said already this, making a project out of nothing. You didn't know each other, you managed to get together to find a tune to making a project in 5 days. And imagine what you can do if you continue to get together for 1 year. And that's actually my last word. So try to keep this not only for the project, but look this work you did and to transform it as an element of advocacy, of networking as a group to raise this voice compactively for having this dialogue. So I hope you will continue this work together, not only focus on project, but in creating a common agenda before, among yourself, and then bringing this in the table with the others. Thank you for the time we spent together here. I'm looking forward to listening to your pitches.
Thank you so much for telling us about the document. We are very excited to read it. And for anyone who's also excited, you can find it on the UFM website. And there are QR codes that you can scan outside so that you can get access to the document. So thank you so much. And now, I think we are done telling you about what we have been doing for the past week, and it's time for us to show you the projects that we have created. So this is the fun part where you get to see the result of this intense week of learning and doing. And I want you to know again that the structure will be that the projects are under 3 clusters: the youth engagement, the youth mobility, and the green skills. And we will have 3 pitching sessions back to back. Each pitching session will have 4 projects under it. And now for the person who's going to moderate this, we have Mohsen Al-Bawab, who is a program lead at Majlisna for Community Development, merging architecture with social innovation and culture. So Mohsen, the stage is yours to facilitate the first pitching session.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. My name is Mohsen Al-Bawab, and I know it's a difficult name. You guys can call me Mo, you can call me Mumu, you can call me Mom, if you're weird. But for today, I was kind of privileged to be the one who's going to allow you guys to present your ideas to this incredible audience. There's a lot more people in the room than I expected. I was sitting in the front. Now I'm a little bit nervous. So I'm sorry if my voice is a little bit shaky. For today, when they first contacted me and they were like, hey, Mohsen, can you please moderate this session? My first question was why? I was kind of looking at my own resume and I was like, okay, yeah, I guess that at the end of the day, whether you are working as an architect, you're working as an engineer, you're working as a social worker, we're all kind of storytellers. And based on our experiences, we become different kinds of storytellers. And I'm hoping that your presentations today will give us the stories that we're looking for, that provide us with the hope that we are needing. And also another reason why I believe they asked me to moderate this session is because I have no problem in telling you to stop talking because your time is up. Just so you guys can know, for today we have 3 thematic groups or clusters. Under each cluster there are 4 presentations. They will come back to back. Afterwards we'll get some feedback from our lovely jurors that I will be introducing. Okay, so now let's start with the first cluster, which is titled Youth Engagement and Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue. Within this one, we're hoping that to hear about ensuring youth involvement in policy discussions with governments, businesses, and civil society. We're going to start with the first pitch by Ms. Dalia Ramadan and Maria Arroyo Sass. Am I saying this correctly? Okay, great. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Please maintain this energy for the rest of the presentations. There's a lot of them. Dalia Ramadan is a programs manager and trainer at Ibtikar for empowerment and social entrepreneurship. Oh, sure. With more than 5 years of experience driving social change through hands-on education and leadership. Maria is a project coordinator and social educator in Spain with a bachelor's in Semitic and Islamic studies and 2 master's degrees. She's also a trainer at the Spanish Youth Council, where she supports, facilitates, and accompanies young people and youth organizations to develop themselves. I'm very sorry that I'm reading all of the bios off my tablet. However, I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, and every single person in this room is a bit of an overachiever, so I have to read a little bit of this. I guess I'm going to leave the mic with you, and good luck. 5 minutes only, guys.
Okay, thank you for the pressure. Okay, so hi everyone, and welcome to this event. My name is Maria Arroyo, and well, before starting our pitch, I would like to ask my colleagues, Dalia. Dalia, how did you feel when you finished your bachelor degree?
Well, to be honest, it was not easy for me to finish my bachelor degree, knowing that I'm not qualified enough to be in the market and have the needed skills to do so. So it was frustrating a little bit or much. And I think this was among a lot of people in my age.
Yeah. Due to this gap, our group has developed the High Skills Project. We realized that in our countries in the Mediterranean area, there is a high level of young unemployment rate. So according to the World Bank and the OECD statistics in 2023, there was a rate between 20 and 30% of the youth unemployment rate. Due to this, and also one of the speakers were talking about this, our countries have a lot of similarities. And one of the reasons that we found during this week working on the project was that there is a mismatch between the skills acquired through the learning path and the real market demands. This is the problem we want to tackle with this project.
Okay, this might be my problem, her problem, some other's problem. Who did face this problem among you? Okay.
Well, I can see that there are a lot of concerns here, and yeah, probably you just embrace the truth against any kind of resistance, but let me tell you something that we bring you here, one solution, which is to facilitate connections between the young job seekers and the labor market business. This solution is linked to the Sustainable Development Goal number 8, as it will increase and contributes to increase the youth opportunities in the labor market.
Okay, our solution is this how. We work closely with youth, evaluating their skills and helping them develop their skills to be competent to the labor market needs and the needed skills there. So we will work closely with them, do some tests with them, and then have a plan for each of them to develop their skills and make them fit to the labor market needs. We will also work on developing a platform which will serve as resource hub for those youth who want to refine their skills and for others who have just did not contact us directly. And this platform will serve also as a platform where matchmaking between those youth skills and the labor market needs, the job opportunities in the labor market, which can be done using the AI. And we have the ambassadors program, in which we include youth as they are the main stakeholders in our project, and we will have them as impact multipliers for our project, and they will serve the competent ones. They will help others to get the needed help with their professional paths.
And for sure, for this, we need financial resources. That is why we want to anticipate you that we will need 200,000 euros for implementing all these activities and for reaching and addressing our main goal, which is to facilitate this connection between the young people and the labor market.
Okay, we will not do this alone. We will have partners from all these countries. They will be training centers, social enterprises, local governments, and chambers of commerce, and some NGOs. And we will be honored to have them in our project. Well, we are planning to bring change to the Mediterranean and our countries. Will you join us?
Yes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And thank our team too.
Thank you. That was excellent. That was exactly on time. Oh, I was preparing like a little boy saying 1 minute is left. They didn't even look at me. Okay, where are my notes? Great. Just so you guys know, while I'm presenting, I can be quite chaotic. You're going to have to get used to this. But yeah, I'm hoping to have as much fun as possible while I'm on the stage. For the second pitch, we are being joined by Durra Bouguela. Sahih? And Mr. Hazar Heker. By the way, once again, أنا آسف إذا لخبطت بأسمائكم.
Again, I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your names.
Please go ahead. 5 minutes and see you guys.
Okay. "26. 26 is the number of times I've had to go to the airport this year. But not to travel, not to sightsee. Actually, to say a heart-wrenching goodbye to people I love. People with whom I've shared invaluable moments. People who would have loved to stay in their countries if they had the opportunity to. My name is Durra, and today, alongside Hazar, Hafsa, and Farah, I present to you Connect Med. Retaining talent, building Mediterranean future. Immigration of highly skilled individuals in our region has reached an all-time high. But if we zoom in on Tunisia, 8,000 fresh graduates leave annually. In Portugal, despite its relatively high development rate, 20% of young graduates leave also annually. The same case is present in Egypt, where 10% of professionals are touched by brain drain. This problem is mainly due to the lack of information about opportunities in our region, the disillusionment about economic opportunities and reality in Northwest Europe, and the absence of opportunities for recent graduates. Concerning. But what if they did not have to leave? Connect Med aims to link fresh graduates with the existing opportunities in our regions by increasing their awareness of pull factors in these target countries, facilitating employment and retention of these fresh graduates, and ensuring that their expectations of economic viability are increased. Now I will leave you with Hazar to give you how are we going to do this.
Thank you. So that is the idea, but how will we actually get there? Well, imagine an instantly accessible live map of opportunities in our region. To get to this goal, we have 3 different strategies. So, to begin, we first have to know what opportunities actually do exist in the region. That is why we will build a digital interactive map that you can navigate as a beneficiary to access information on employment opportunities, as well as information on the thriving sectors in our region, and crucially, also have alumni that share their stories and videos to give you an idea of how it is to actually make the move. That's the information. Then we have a help for our beneficiaries to understand how to actually do that. Capacity building workshops, mentorship programs, and inter-regional job fairs to basically foster our connection. Those are the two elements that are theory, and then we put that into practice with talent opportunity and matchmaking, which basically involves our different public and private partners to ensure that we can not only offer knowledge, but also actual employment opportunities. That will cost us, and we have estimated a budget of 152,200 euros, which is split among these categories. As an idea, as a network that is mainly relying on a digital infrastructure and workshops, these two take sort of the major chunk of our budget. And lastly, we have a diverse set of partners from both the public and private sector, as well as a cross-regional Chambers of Commerce network, which we think is a nice mix to foster multi-stakeholder dialogue. So, at the beginning of this pitch, we asked if we actually have to leave the region. And we believe throughout the process of this project that our intra-regional opportunities can drive change. And we think that if you take a look around the room, you will see the potential that we have in our region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, this is a great sign of excellent training. Congrats to the trainers. Thank you so much, and I love this presentation so much. This is a problem that I personally have gone through in the past couple of years where I had to say way too many goodbyes. And I can definitely see your backgrounds in the problem that you guys have decided to tackle. Durra is a Tunisian impact entrepreneur, innovation specialist, and co-founder of Team S, which is a startup turning pine waste into biodegradable fire starters. So you're always like a problem solver. And Hazar is a freelance journalist writing on climate and foreign policy in the Mediterranean region. And he has previously worked as a migration policy researcher on EU-Turkey relations. And again, it's nice to see that your experiences are really coming together so you guys can present to us realistic problems with realistic solutions. So thank you guys. Another round of applause, please. Now, see, they had 30 seconds extra. I had to fill them. For the third pitch, we are being joined by Mr. Mohammed Imara, and Ms. Nagham Sadaqa. Okay, great. I got the names correctly. Everybody, a round of applause. Mohammed is a young, dedicated scholar currently enrolled in the Public Policy and International Affairs program on a full scholarship in the American University of Beirut. Nice. Mohammed is also a scout leader who is working with youngsters and also engaged in community service projects. Nagham is a project management professional with extensive experience in managing humanitarian and development projects, focusing on promoting social justice through gender equality, child protection, and community empowerment. Guys, the mic is yours.
Thank you.
So, when I started my career as a Palestinian girl, I always thought how entrepreneurship can improve people's lives and communication and communities. Sorry. So one day, while working in a local project, I met a very talented, powerful young woman, and she used to live in a refugee camp. And she had a very creative and great idea for a project. But the lack of support and lack of skills, lack of resources make it hard to implement. So at that time, I realized the challenges that youth in marginalized areas are facing, especially women. And from that point, I understand that the solution is to empower youth through social development, through training courses, through like guidance and connecting them with right networks. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nagam Sadaqa, and I'm here with Muhammad and our team, of course. We are here to present our team's work. So our project name is Rural Renaissance Youth-Led Solutions for Economic Growth. So back to the point, that belief didn't inspire me only, but also inspired my colleagues and my team to address these challenges. So, so we started to look at that areas closely, and we chose like Sos Mesa area in Morocco and Palestinian refugee camps like Balata and Jenin camps. So where youth facing challenges and barriers there. So these challenges are or includes high unemployment, limited entrepreneurial opportunities, and lack of access to trainings and mentorship. So our program are focused on. So our program is focuses on empower 70 youth people, 35 each country, and 50% of the beneficiaries are women, of course. So through activities and through trainings, we aim to provide youth tools to improve and to succeed. So by combining the training with the world life opportunities, we can see that this approach will equals or equips the youth connections and skills so they can establish their own social enterprises. And these efforts are not going to empower individuals only, but also drive local development and force long-term economic resilience. So back to Muhammad. I would like Muhammad to explain what we are planned to, how we are planned to implement our project.
Thank you so much, Nagam. I keep confuses them, like I keep getting back. So yeah, we're here. So in order to implement this project, we made 4 clear tracks. First of all, we want to sit with the stakeholders. We want to talk to people around who can help, because at the end of the day, we want to connect people, especially with stakeholders in the area. We're targeting really rural area. So we want to sit with them, see what they can offer, what they can help with, and later on, we will use this effectively. Then we have the communication. The problem is that we're not reaching enough people, right? So you want to make sure that you're addressing this effectively, reaching out to as many people as you can. So not only on social media, but also through reaching out to people in these villages or these rural areas in general. Now, we have the specific boot camps that Nagam explained. We will have 4 tracks: project management, financial management, legal framework, and enterprise branding and marketing. Now, after each boot camp will finish during 4 months, roughly, we will have a networking event at the end. Let's imagine that we started this, not imagine, we're gonna actually do that. Start within Morocco, so we'll have it for 4 months, and then the 5th month we'll have the networking event. The networking event will connect the stakeholders that we talked with, that they helped us through the training, but then their also ability to connect them with their ideas to be able to achieve them and have enough support for what's after. Like our program ends with the training, but not really. It continues through the partnerships that they can make. Again, I did it again. Yeah, for the budget. So mostly we're focusing on communication because we want to reach out to people, but also we're dedicating part of the budget for human resources, project management and such, and also organizing the logistics because, you know, we have travel, local transportation, accommodation, trainers, and so on. I did it well. Our partners, mainly we focused on local partners. We had this group of fantastic people who planned this. So we have people in Morocco, we had suggestions. Also Palestine, we had suggestions, but mainly we have OCP, they work in Morocco, they help enterprises, they can help with the training. We also, in Palestine, one example could be the Ministry of National Economy, because, you know, the complex situation in Palestine requires also the government. Oh, there is a last one here, I'm sure. Okay. All in all, I just wanted to say that this project mainly aims to support these people, so we would like to make sure we're trying enough. Yes, there are similar projects that are working in this domain, but we want to also make sure that we're providing the networking, the support, the legal framework complexities, because we also in other countries we face this. We all could relate to this, but we also wanted to make sure that we're choosing the right areas. And we need, I always say that we need to try on so many levels, so many sectors, because if we don't try, who will, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now you have the time out, right?
You ran out of time, yeah. Okay. Now for the fourth pitch with Miss Asma Slaty. Yes. Asma is joining us from Tunis, and she is a civil society advocate holding a bachelor's degree in communication. She is currently pursuing her second year of a master's degree in management of social and solidarity organizations. Asma works as a communication officer with various NGOs, focusing on impactful projects related to gender equality, financial inclusion, and environmental sustainability. Good luck.
Okay. Hello, everyone, or Aslema, which is our Tunisian hello. Seeing you from here, you are like a lot of people, so this is stressing me a little bit out. But can you? Okay. So, can you please go? And I'm not asking you for leaving. It's just the name of our project. So, go. Basically, Go, it's not about leaving. Go, it's about creating change. It's about supporting public transportation, that it's like without vandalization, like the support of green energy and eco-friendly usage of public transportation. So this is a work elaborated by me, Asma Slaty, Jent Salihi, Lina Hilal, and Ozan Dalmaz. So the problem that our project starts with was that in both Antalya and Tunis, nearly 1 in 4 buses and trains are taken out of service every month due to vandalism, causing delays that make our daily commute more stressful. For one instance, in Tunis, we have like over 2 million euros vandalism costs per year, and in Antalya, over 25% damaged public transportation per year. So mainly, we're going to introduce Go. How it's going to happen? We're going to start with a hackathon, which is engaging youth to create the app, which, well, its main features are reporting vandalism, accessing educational contents and policy briefs, rewarding system offering transport discounts. And we're going to, of course, work on an awareness campaign powered by famous content creators. So the first step, we're going to start with a hackathon, as I've been saying, and the participants are like IT students, developers, marketers, and every young person who finds that he can do like a plus in this project. So the output is basically the Go app. For the capacity building, the target are local NGOs in Tunisia and Turkey, and the goal is to build partnership with transport companies and municipalities, and we are going to work on a social media campaign, which we are going to reach youth where they are, obviously online, and we are going to power the message with the influencers, you know, like the Get Ready With Me generation. Now for the budget allocation, the total budget is like 120,000 euros. The main budget is going to human resources with 30%, 25% for app development, and the rest are for monitoring public events, capacity building, and campaigns. Now, we have already established some KPIs for the first year, since like the project duration is 2 years. For the first year, we want to reach 10,000 app downloads, 3,000 vandalism incidents reported in the app, 50% public awareness of the app, 1 hackathon per region with 50 plus participants each. And for the second year, we want to reach 20,000 app downloads, 5 active users monthly on the app, 25% vandalism reduction in the pirate areas, and 20 plus NGOs trained and 10 plus partnership established. Finger crossed. Now for the anticipated impact, we want to do like ecological impact to reduce vandalism, which gonna ensure longer lasting transport systems, decreasing the environmental cost of repairs and replacements, economic impact, saves public transportation services on estimated 300,000 euros in repair costs. For the social impact, increased youth engagement and community ownership of urban mobility issues, and finally, policy influence, strengthened collaboration with municipalities, promote sustainable city planning. And I want to conclude, join the idea and believe in youth.
Thank you. That was so nice. And also, as a person who's working in public space development back in Jordan, I think it's vandalism is one of the biggest problems that we have to deal with in everyday life. And there is a huge market for this, trust me. So for now, I believe that we have a small experiment. And for that, I'm going to need you guys to start working for a little bit. If you guys can please use your phones and access this QR code, you're going to be taken to a page that has a Mentimeter. And here we're asking you guys for your feedback. How can you help these different pitches? Not everybody today is going to have the chance to fully express their opinions, and we still want to hear from you. I don't know about you guys, but I know that I am a person who's very opinionated, and I have some ideas that I also want to add to them. So for this, please access the link or use the code that you have on the screen. We'll just do this for 2 minutes, and yeah, I'll be back afterwards to introduce our jurors. Stop complimenting each other. Just Are we okay? Are we good to go? Amazing. Thank you guys so much for participating. Well, we'll try to make it a bit more specific in the next round. I guess that during our breaks and upcoming times of rest, do feel free to kind of talk to each other. And if you have something, specifically the attendees that have not been a part of the training program, find those presenters, find these groups, and definitely do communicate with them, because I think that each and every one of us has something extra to add. But speaking of things to add, I am quite privileged to be introducing our jurors for this session. Would you guys like to stay there, or would you like to join me on the... Yeah, okay, great. So first of all, I will start with Miss Gemma, Gemma Obarel. Was that correct? Okay. Ms. Gemma is the current director of the Culture, Gender and Civil Society area at the European Institute of the Mediterranean. And she has a long professional profile as specialist in Euro-Mediterranean relations, cultural policies, civil society, and intercultural dialogue. She has been leading the European project Sawabuna from 2021 till 2023, providing information and tools among young people to help them make decisions about their own future. I really went to liberty with cutting into your bio because you've done this, like, your bio is very impressive and I'm so happy to have you here. Everybody please give a round of applause for Ms. Gemma. Come over, yeah. No, I think from here. Ooh. Please be careful, there's a small step over here. We're also going to be joined by Ms. Jomana Suez. Am I correct? Yes. Jomana has nearly 15 years of working experience in the EU policies, and particularly in Euro-Mediterranean relationships. After a short experience at DG ECHO, Humanitarian Aid at the European Commission, she started her career at managing EU projects related to research and innovation in universities and focusing on cooperation with Arabic countries. Since the mid-2017, she has worked for EU-funded Mediterranean cooperation programs, and as a program officer, she's following up on projects, especially those dealing with social inclusion, women and youth unemployment in the MENA region. Thank you so much for joining us, and if you can please join us on stage. Everybody, round of applause, come on. We're also joined by Salma Badda. Okay. Salma is a young Mediterranean woman from Morocco, the vice president of MYC, and an administrative manager at a marketing agency. She's intrigued by topics of culture and identity, and she pursued a bachelor's degree in cultural studies and later a master's in Moroccan American studies. We're very happy to have you here, and if you'd like to join us on stage, thank you so much. Another one. And finally, we are joined by Mr. Jalaluddin Kasso. Okay, great. With a strong foundation in innovation management, entrepreneurship, I can't even spell that word, so saying it is another problem. Entrepreneurship, international development, finance, and strategy. Jalaluddin serves as the head of entrepreneurship at the Euromed University. He brings years of experience in business development, startup incubation, and acceleration, and program management. Thank you so much for joining us. If you can please join us on stage. Okay, we're going to start. I guess we'll go according to the same line of introductions. There are mics in front of you guys, and I was really hoping that you guys can keep it up to 7 minutes each. I know this is a lot of me to ask, but I'll try to coordinate as much as I can. Thank you all very much. The stage is yours.
Este funciona. Yes. Very good. So, okay. Thank you very much, UFM, the team, Julia, Anna, that is not here with us today, with all the job done in terms of youth. We are really pleased at the Institute of the Mediterranean in Barcelona to join in this adventure. What we are pleased, but it's a little bit challenging, are this task to make some comments of these great presentations that you did. Really impressed. My colleague Aida Traidi has been working with you all these 4 days, and she helped me yesterday and today morning to understand much better the hard work that is behind every one of these projects. So, very quick. A general comment on the exercise, following a little bit the introduction. And I think I will be much more useful on these general comments at this very point of a starting point of this process. The multi-stakeholder dialogue, really important and strategic, because we come from networking to our idea of collaboration in the Euro-Mediterranean region, and this is very strategic. And we need to understand that cooperation between projects and stakeholders is the first step of this collaboration, with very clear objectives. Second and final general idea, youth engagement, and this is something that I think we need to take into consideration in all the projects. You succeed sometimes and sometimes not in this youth engagement perspective, what is very difficult, because youth is not, sometimes is the beneficiary, sometimes is an actor, and always should be the one participating and being engaged in all the process, but not any time is a stakeholder. So this confusion, it's also present, but it's also in our projects present, all this confusion. So we need to reframe sometimes our projects thinking that youth is a target, so youth is a beneficiary, youth is an actor, youth can be a stakeholder, but always youth need to participate in the process. So this kind of objective or process, sometimes it's lacking there in somehow, but in any case, it's very important. So very quick, go green, fantastic logo, fantastic motto, fantastic idea. This is a very good starting point of anything that you want to join other stakeholders and other people benefiting or engaging in your process. So bravo. Bravo for that. Very good. Good identification of the problem. Sometimes it's so difficult because we are in a complex area, in a complex moment, and we need to focus. Something to focus in concrete provides us some instruments that can be useful for the big perspective. So bravo to focus on that. But challenging. It's very, very challenging subject. The public transportation, as in Cairo or in Morocco or in Barcelona is the same problem. No, no. So you did a good study, you did a good, let me say, situation of the issue, but we need to take, and you also pointed some focus in some countries. This is good. But this is a very complex issue and need to have, this also this point. So in this kind of thing, we need to go on the, we need to be careful, no? And the project perhaps put good ideas, clear description and the objectives, but sometimes we need to take into consideration that it's complex. Two ideas. The idea of the apps and all this innovative and to report and the vandalism is good, but just to think, and the indicators, bravo, the indicators. This is the starting point of any question, the results and how I will measure it. You are measuring vandalism and all this, but what about measuring also the solutions on how we are advancing of this, because people will be incentivized if they see if whatever they put in place can have a good policies or a good responses. So you need to do this. An idea also, I will lead also my colleagues to this, very good cluster partners in your proposal. But I will advise you to work also as a partners in this strategic point of view, some networks working on metropolitan and city areas, because already a lot of work has been done by the city networks and by metropolis. I will not give you names, but med cities, to put an example, no? So I will profit of all this, and some private. And the universities, you talk about the students like as such, but universities and the students in the universities can be useful for the app. A lot of ideas that after my colleague Aida and me, we can share with you more in detail. But bravo. Rural Renaissance. Rural Renaissance, for me, it's one of my points, because I love to go for this point because it's a crucial thing. And because you did something very good. You bring gender on this. Please, a big bravo for this. Gender is the key point, and my colleague, here he knows very well, better than me, you need always to put the gender lens with the youth lens. So bravo for that. Bravo for something that you are not putting there into, but I think this project is very complex. You presented more than ideas that sometimes need still to have a second phase, if I may say. But the key idea for me is inclusion. And you are talking about social economy and inclusion. gender and rural areas are very good. Just a question. Thinking more in Morocco than in Palestine. Morocco has a wonderful, what I'm saying to the Moroccans here, a wonderful territorial decentralized policies, and here you are talking about governments. Put there your regional local authorities that are doing a big job, and they are in charge of that, and more things that I will not enter. So, high skills. Bueno, the presentation, amazing, amazing. When you go to there for funding, you need this kind of presentation. For me, very good, and this is fantastic. Data and context, impressive. The plan, the planification, how you go for a big, but you are leading, I'm sorry, with the most important, one of the most important challenges in the region, and with only 200,000 euros, I don't know what we can do, everything. Bueno. Some ideas, just very good to have the chambers of commerce, the training centers, but you are talking about high skills, and Union for the Mediterranean is leading the university collaboration. So I guess you can incite and you can promote a change in the roadmap for universities cooperation in order to bring all these questions there also. And finally, ConnectMed, brain drain. Wow. I'm coming from intercultural dialogue. You bring there multidimensional, transversal, transnational narratives. This is the point. You, youth, you provide to us big in deeps in terms of methodology. It's not only what you say, it's not only what you say. You promote something that my generation, I'm so sorry, we try to, but we cannot. Don't be afraid, try to make your perspective. These are complex projects. We need this kind of methodology. A big bravo for ConnectMed, because this approach is fantastic, fantastic. Also, you have been very clever, I think. Not only, I can say a lot of things, but to finish, you bring also in terms of partners, ASCAME, and take advantage of the already networks on the scene. This is a very good idea, because networking will promote this first step that I was talking about before cooperation, and that your colleague here from the UFM stressed the idea of the youth need to cooperate. Let's go for this, use advantage of this networking. So very good. The only thing is that in this case, the objectives are very, very ambitious. And when you go to the plan, this is a mismatch. But this is not bad. It's very good, and you can even go for more. So I will say it's not 200,000 euros. It should be much more budget for this kind of project and idea. Thank you very much to all of you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm going to give some inputs for each project, and then I will give some general comments for everyone. And finally, I will mention an opportunity, funding opportunity for you. First of all, congratulations to the 4 groups. Let's start with high skills. What I really appreciate is to start with updated data about unemployment in the region and about the in-demand skills that the market labor requires. I will do this comment for you, but it applies also for others. You have to think how you link your general idea or project with the main topic of this call, which is engaging multi-stakeholder dialogue. And somehow I miss to see the link, how you can directly link with it. Because if it was an open call to any topic, it would be perfectly fine. But if you have to stick with how this contributes to engaging multi-stakeholders dialogue, maybe you should connect better with that. So you said the problem, the mismatch between skills acquired versus what the labor market needs. And then you suggest a solution, which is facilitate connections. And here again, it is one of the solutions, but maybe it's not the one that directly address this. You can find other solutions that better address the mismatch of skills. Regarding the activities, they are a bit too general. So my recommendation would be to focus on a sector, to be more specific, because the ideas here, the activities are there, they are good activities, but they are too generic, too general. So maybe be a bit more specific. And what else? No indicators are mentioned. I missed that. About the budget, you foreseen 50% for coordination and management. This is overestimated. You have to think that most of the budget should go to activities implementation and not just for management and coordination. So rethink a bit about the budget. So that would be something to improve. And regarding the partners, it's a good choice. However, I would maybe include other type of partners, such as employment agencies, or maybe a national labor employment ministry of the country, or something like that. Let's move to the second one, rural renaissance. I'm just looking for my notes, sorry. Okay, here what I really like is that you really focus on a pilot in 2 countries and you defined very well the areas where you want to intervene. I cannot see the people who pitch rural renaissance. Oh, yeah. So that was a really good point, because you go directly to the point, you know, you focus on this camp in Palestine and this area in Morocco. I also like the idea of involving in Palestine in the boot camp a representative from the labor ministry or equivalent. So this is a very good point when we are talking about engaging multi-stakeholder dialogue and make those people who are the policymaker really involved in that. I couldn't link very clearly the solution that you propose to the problem that you set, because you set problem which is limited opportunities for rural young people, and then the solution is social entrepreneurship. Why? This is something that could be improved. The budget is okay, it's quite well balanced. And I think at some point you mentioned in terms of sustainability, the sense of ownership. And this is it's a key element, that each partner or each stakeholder you want to involve feel that it owns the project. Because when you own the project, then it's easier for policymaker to adopt regulations or to adapt the legislation. So I think this is it for the second project, Rural Renaissance. Then let's move to Go Clean, Green, and Digi. Where are the people? I'd like to address them. Okay, sorry, I'm looking for my... Okay, so in this case, the context is very well set. So you mentioned problems in Tunisia and Turkey about vandalism in transport, public transportation. You tackle urban mobility challenge. The only thing that you could have mentioned since when, so regarding the source, when you give set the context and give some data, it's always good to mention at least the year or to give more specific source related to that. The budget is okay. The KPI, too ambitious, according to what I, oh, yeah. too ambitious. Sustainability, I really appreciate the fact that you want to integrate the application you will develop and the educational content into local, municipal, and transport companies. This is, again, I mentioned it in the previous project. If one recommendation would be to get them involved at the early stage, at the design of the proposal, so they can make this project theirs and adopt the solution. And I very appreciate the slide about anticipated impact. Let's move to the last one, because I only have 1 minute left, which is ConnectMed. Again, ConnectMed, where are the people? Yeah. The context is very well defined. The solution might not be addressing exactly the problem that you set. The budget is okay, the partners are okay. Maybe I would choose different type of partnership, more relevant to thinking of the policy-making influence on the long term. But yeah, the solution is good. And what else? I think this is more or less what I want to say about the project. So, take-up messages. I cannot find where I put this note. Yeah, so overall, they are all good proposals, but I would recommend to be more precise and more specific, to always keep in mind how to link your project to the topic of the call, and then how to explain why this specific solution that you are suggesting address the specific problem that you mentioned. And keep in mind 3 other things. Sustainability, this is key. The indicators, or at least saying more or less how many people you are going to reach, who, and so on. And final beneficiaries. So define well the target groups or the final beneficiaries and quantify them. And then final word. So I've been working for a European program that funds projects, cooperation projects in the Mediterranean region to promote the cooperation between both shores. And before, the program was called NECBC Med, so maybe some of you might know it. Now we are not NECBC Med anymore. We are called Interreg Next Med. And we are about to launch a call in the coming weeks, which will be the second call of Interreg Next Med, and it will have a focus on green transition. It's open to 9 topics. So I invite you, if you want, during the coffee break or during the day, if you want to have more information about it, just come and we can talk, and I can give you some more information about it. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for being here. Before I dive into the feedback I have for you, I would like to say that it has been an honor for me to be invited to this wonderful initiative. As someone who is deeply committed to youth engagement in the Mediterranean area, first as a young Mediterranean woman, and also because I'm the Vice President of the Mediterranean Youth Council. So that being said, I am more than happy to witness your innovative ideas and solutions, and also to, especially when it comes to multi-stakeholders. So I take the chance to also thank UFM, Julia, and all the partners that participated in this initiative. So diving into the feedback, which is or follows a little bit of a chronological order, I would say. I'd start with high skill. I congratulate you for the project because it tackles what is referred to as skill gaps or skill mismatch, basically. And it has been something that is very recurrent in economic themes, basically, because it dives into how human capital is affected through aspects like education. So my feedback on the project is that it clearly identifies the problem and maps the critical unemployability in the geographical context that it chose to exist in, especially when it comes to the difference between North Mediterranean and South Mediterranean. I also, what captured my my intention is the fact that you relied heavily on insights, which is always a good thing to do. But I would have loved to see data illustrating particularly the factors behind employability rather than just the percentage of it. Simply because I personally don't see that the same factors participate to the result, which is employability in that area. Of course, you addressed your willingness to study the labor market and assess local realities and skills needed. But what if we find out that what's lacking is the hard skills rather than the soft skills, which you illustrated through your presentation? I don't know. maybe later. Thank you. So with ConnectMed, who are the guys who presented? Hi. So brain drain is a phenomenon that was also highly existent in the theme of migration. And this has been revisited by various scholars. And the solution you proposed is brain circulation. Correct me if I'm wrong. So that can be highly beneficial, especially when it comes to the southern Mediterranean context, because I feel like there's a problem or an issue of circulation or exchange, especially when it comes to mobilizing the youth in the southern Mediterranean region. Of course, the goal I know is decreasing that brain drain, but it's not really clear to me how this can resolve the issue, especially that it does not have the economic and social issues at home, because it does not clarify what every single group of youth is struggling with, but also it does not guarantee the return of the talents who choose to go abroad. So it's something that I would love to discuss with you after this section. Rural Renaissance, it's you, right? Okay. So what struck me the most about the project is that it's community-based, which is something that we highly need, especially in rural areas. It encourages, of course, social and economic opportunities, and as Gemma mentioned, especially when it comes to gender, and I think that it's a theme that needs to coexist with youth empowerment. One thing I had to highlight is due to the context, which is rural, I would rethink website and social media or generally digitalization, because given the circumstances or given the concerned communities, they might not have access to internet. So that's something to consider before relocating towards a digital kind of means. And finally, be careful about managing financials based on what the community really needs rather than what we think they could need. All right. And yeah, the final project, I can see that your project aims to enhance the quality of urban mobility, sustainability, and of course, youth engagement. Of course, again, in the Mediterranean region, this is an amazing theme. Why? Because we can see the difference between North and South again, and the fact that, especially in the southern region or the global South, people are generally struggling from social, economic or social disparities, which makes them kind of put to the margins, and therefore, it does not contribute to the overall green transition, sustainability we are trying to achieve on an international, context or an international level. I highly appreciate reaching youth with where they are, which is online. That was very smart to use, because it is only time for us to recognize that youth is heavily present online, and start using it towards good causes. Of course, the only thing that I have that I could like highlight is the fact that I might be also like careful about reporting vandalism, because we might also need to guarantee discretion and the privacy youth provides. Yeah, and that's it for me. Thank you so much, guys.
I prefer roses than guns. So thank you, Julia. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm going to go straight to the point. My analysis is going to be conducted on problematic solution and impact. Okay. So regarding high skills, good understanding from a perspective of job market, but the seeker part, not people who are making the opportunity for people who are seeking the job. Okay. So try to add numbers regarding this. For the market fit, good numbers, but we need insight. How do you evaluate this number? How do you see it? Okay. Regarding the program, it's a good program. Depending on the design, it's going to be conducted, and youth is like the synonym of energy. So we don't lack of this. Time also is a very good point. My remark, it's just a remark from a PMO perspective. Try to integrate the ambassador program in the first quarter. So the ambassador can be like engaged and know the perspective and how it goes, okay? So the vision can be accumulated. Good time in, and time is very valuable. For the second project, ConnectMed, brain drain is a very challenging topic. But the idea is from it is like, yeah, sure. But I'm talking to everyone, so like everyone can understand it. Your project is very precious nowadays. Talent match is a good thing. It's an opportunity. Try to make it a strength also. So be specific in what you want to do. And by this, I mean capacity building also. For the budget, very low. But it depends on your target, your location, and the resources you're going to use. Okay, so it's a good thing. Also, good timing, and I thank you for this. Rural Renaissance. Yeah, good project. Tackling like a very challenging topic also. I urge you to contact Beit Mal Maqdis agency, Beit Mal Quds agency. They launched their own incubator. So it's going to be like a kind of tipping point to engage with the other partners that you are targeting. You need like a very strong marketing. It needs a brand. And the brand is very sensitive. Okay, you know what I mean. So you need to bridge the platform and bridge young people. Not go into 35, but try to expand it and then try to evaluate what comes, then make a rehearsal during the second and third edition. And by then you can build your own business. For the fourth project, Go Clean, thank you for also you were very specific on it, but also our colleague, and very good numbers. And vandalism market is so huge and very, very international. So if you tackle like a location, it's gonna be like a good market analysis for the next opportunity in the next market. And by sharing the insight, maybe the reports, it's gonna help the others so they can like understand and learn from the others. And it's like a bridge to exchange cultures and exchange ideas. A hackathon is very good idea also. The app and the integration of the app needs a very strong marketing also, but the awareness is kind of not engaging. So you need like to bridge the gap between like young people and less young people. But channels are too ambitious. So try to lower your expectations and try to be realistic in what you do regarding your marketing. So this is it. From my point, as the Euromed Innovation Center here at the university, we are giving for people who are interested 10 hours ticket free of mentorship. So Julia can give you our contacts and we'll be happy to assist you on it so you can move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much for joining us today. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you all for your attention. I think at this point we've taken a lot of information. You've given us a lot to think about. So let's take a small coffee break for 15 minutes. Unfortunately, we're a little bit late, and this is why. And like the longer you guys take with your presentations and your feedback, the shorter the coffee breaks are going to be. So, let's take 15 minutes, and I'll see you guys here for the second round of pitches. Thank you all very much.
في الناس في الناس صافا كي درت كانت باينه فيك كنتي داير بحال كنت فوق خاصني ما حدك كاين ندير انترفيو واخا انا نعطيهم هذا لا 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 انا اهلا هلا بك.
Les participants ديال البروغرام ستارتك.
مرحبا.
وي وي مي لا بروبليماتيك هو انا من ديجيبلات كونسلتين. بغيت نهضر معاك شحال هادي على البروبليماتيك ديال الميسماتش مع الاوقات. ما خديناش نشاركوا بزاف.
لا ما كاينش مشكل والله مرحبا بك في اي وقيته. انت جاي على لونيفرسيتي دوز عند البيرو نذاكروا انا وياك
انا ولينا ديال عويناتي.
ما كاينش
مشكل عندنا بزاف حيت سورتو البروتوتايبين. مرحبا. يلاه كنا سالينا لي زيكزام شي اش
لا مرحبا بك تري كون بليزير زعما حنا هنايا سي نوت رول
فهمتك على العكس.
دونك تحتاجني في اي وقيته جي للبيرو تو دوموند راني كاين في الانكوباتور تقريبا ديما زعما سينو خد لي عندك النيميرو التليفون ديالك
النيميرو تيشارجا التليفون المهم نلقاها في باغ ميل
جو كاين في الميل كاين كلشي اي تو كونتاكت باغ ميل سي ميو زعما جو سري تري ريسبونسيف.
وبالنسبه للبروغرام ديال فاس سمارت فاكتوري عاد تحل
كاين لانكوباسيون وي جو ريكوموند فيفمون الا كنتو في 4.0 جو ريكوموند فيفمون بصح لا سي توب دو توب في المغرب زعما ماشي صح باش نقول لك شنو
حيت هو لا بالنسبه للديجيبلات ولا بالنسبه لعويناتي اون كونت فريمون فيغ لو بوك ديالنا زعما لو توب بوسيبل على ود تمويلكم في لو دوزيام راوند ديالو ماشي هذا لو بروميير راوند بيان سور ان شاء الله تنقادوا الدوسيي ديالنا وداك الشيء عاد ديك الساعات ندفعوا مي بدينا شويه البروتوتايبين لا انا لا هي كنخدموا اونصومبل و جو بونس كو سا فا فير لافير بالنسبه لو دوزيام راوند ديال تمويلكم ديك الساعات on compte vraiment lancer le produit.
والله يسر.
الله يسر.
شوف انا فريمون محتاجني نلقاك.
نعطيك الصحه. شكرا بزاف. تبارك الله عليك.
اي نوبلي با ملي تصيفط لي الميل صيفط لي لا بريز وعطيني شنو هما لي غران بوين 3 غران بوين باغي توصل بهم في البروتوتيب باش كوم سا الا خدات الماتشيك مع شي واحد هنا في لا بلاتفورم.
داكور.
صافي.
شكرا بزاف.
مرحبا بك بليزير. مرحبا. السلام استاذ لاباس بخير نعطيك شكرا برك. شنو اللي بدت في الانترفيو باش نعرف شنو نقول.
المهم حيت هم contestants. Videographer?
and we can start. Okay, so
I prefer like this. Yeah. Hello. I prefer this. This is so much
You don't mind. You don't mind. The Euros, I think, prefer these.
Yeah.
But how many do we have? One, two. Exactly. Let's control them.
Okay, here. I start with
Makes sense. I open it.
Mediterranean Migration Alliance. It's by Yahya and Samir. Do they have their names anywhere? Migrants Inclusion. Nope. Can the presenters please come over here? Can one representative of each pitching group come to me, please? If you're available. Yahya, come over.
They're coming.
They're coming. Best if you guys can come over, we can give you the microphones. We have two over here.
Okay.
Yes.
You're Migradora, no? But yeah, it's Migradora. We're right.
اللي بعدهم هم ولاء وروان. يقدر بص معنا.
I put in the video. Okay, here we have the
No.
الصراحة طريقة المودريشن شجعتني إني أكون نفسي شوي أكثر وما أكونش واحد.
No man. Screw old people. We're cool.
Yeah, screw old boomers.
Come over here and destroy their world.
This is fun. So fun. I'm very inspired. Really.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
مش وجهك جد very كده.
the next ones. Mediterráneo, Connect Beach.
Rawan and Wala.
Ravanu Daya and Wala Saad. So that the next ones will
Yep. Can you guys come over for a second? We have to give you guys the mics. Microphones. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're the second.
The microphone? Okay.
عشان رأسا إنه زي ما نوقف.
On off. So now you will have it off. Remember to.
Wisal and Lamia, raise your hand. Wisal وLamia. قبل شوي شفتكم وينكم؟ Yes, but I'm gonna tell them to be prepared until like these two finish. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
تمام كده تمام.
Who are the others ones? Sorry?
We will have mics, only we will use them.
You will use this.
Use that. If you're really uncomfortable, we can give you the mic.
But I prefer the mic more than that.
Okay. Okay, then we can give it to you. Take it out. Can I ask you to sit there close so that...
We will sit here.
Wisal and Lamia. Wisal? Wisal, صحيح? What's your name? Wisal, can you come over? Yeah. Partner Lamia, please stay very close. Once the first group finishes, راح نعطيكم we'll give you the mic. Yeah. عشان ما نوقف إنه زي the mic will be shared by everyone.
I don't mind.
Okay, let's try it out.
If it's gonna make my hair look weird, then no thanks. I will do the mic. I will do the mic.
Sound, I'm not on the top.
Okay, everyone. Thank you all for completely disregarding the 15-minute deadline. Hello? Oh my God, don't make me use my teacher voice. Oh wow, that worked, okay. Okay, everyone, if we can please settle down for a second. I can tell that you guys are finally caffeinated, so that's good. I hope that we're feeling well, and I hope that we're feeling energized. So for this next section, we're going to be tackling the, well, first of all, welcome back. Thank you all for being here. Hopefully on the next breaks, we'll be more, you know, stick to the timeline, please. I really want to go home, you guys. I'm very tired. So once again, thank you all for being here. We're about to start the second cluster. And this cluster is titled Youth Mobility for Educational and Professional Exchange. It's a very interesting topic, and we're going to hear as well like 4 different pitches. Within this one, we're hoping to talk about enabling cultural exchange, enhancing employability, and also acquiring new skills. We're going to start off by introducing Yahya As-Salaq. Yahya is a Jordanian Palestinian. Oh, wow. Good, yeah, that's why people make friends. Yahya is a Jordanian. Yahya is a Jordanian Palestinian student of the MA National and Transnational Studies program at the University of Münster, Germany. He is interested in migration studies, memory studies, and the intersection of culture and the nation. He is currently writing his master's thesis on the migration anti-hero of post-2015 Europe. This is very interesting. We need to talk about this later on. In which he tackles reductive narratives of good and bad migrants common in European political discourse. He's also joined on the stage by Mr. Samer Abu Sneinich.
Samir.
Okay. Oh, Samir, sorry. A Palestinian innovator and advocate for climate action, indigenous rights, and cultural diplomacy. With a passion for technology, he has participated in global hackathons, developed AI-driven solutions, and led initiatives like Refill for the Earth. He is also dedicated to preserving historical memory among Palestinian compatriots and fostering international collaboration. Guys, the mic is yours, 5 minutes, and thank you so much. Good luck.
Am I audible? Yeah. Am I, okay, good, nice. So, thank you. Okay, mic on?
Mic on.
Perfect. So, hello everyone, I'm Yahya, and this is my dear colleague Samir. And today we're gonna be pitching the project that we have been very slowly, but actually quite quickly developing over the last week. So yeah, our dear colleagues talked about brain rot. Yeah, they talk about, yeah. So, where I come from, a lot of people leave. I left, I'm in Germany, okay? And the sad part is, they say that our brains drain into the global north. But sadly, when we get there, they just drain into the sewers of bureaucracy. And that's why we want to present Migradora. I know it's a dense title, I'll give you a second to digest it, but the keywords are migrants, you have also access, and you have occupational resources, okay? So the problem that we are trying to face as a team, as a very international team, and as a very interdisciplinary team, we have lawyers, we have also like a lot of advocates, climate justice advocates, we have project managers, yeah, and we have software engineers, and also whatever I'm doing, to be honest, yeah. We're very international, we're very interdisciplinary, and we're trying to tackle this problem from our migrant reality. Most of us are actually migrants. So the problem is limited accessibility and visibility. We specifically focused on prospective migrants who want to come, specifically from Morocco and Turkey, to Germany and France, respectively. Yeah, the reason why we chose these countries is because Germany and France are powerhouses, economically speaking, and they have a lot of migrants within their populations, a lot of citizens with migrant or migration backgrounds, and a lot of them do come from Morocco and also from Turkey, okay? So now that you know why we were very unsatisfied, more or less, I would leave the floor for Samir to tell you what we will do about it.
So yeah, thanks Yahya. Hey everyone. To get a solution, you have to dissect a problem. So we dissected the problem before, and we came up with a tiered solution. So what we're trying to do is to get a community of established migrants and new upcoming migrants. So established are the people that have been living in the country, that are well integrated into society and the labor market, and prospective migrants, which could be any one of you who are planning to make the big jump. Also small business owners who are reluctant to take this type of people like the new immigrants. So we're trying to build connections, to build bridges between them, and to break stereotypes. Also, as established migrants live and experience the bureaucratical hell, we're trying to help them advocate for new policies in their municipalities and their regions, so new immigrants don't face the same problems.
And obviously, because we're Gen Z, we think about problems, but we don't have actual solutions or ways of getting to them. No, you thought wrong. So yeah, thank you, Samir.
So yeah, we have a plan now, not only like vague solutions, it's a concrete plan with numbers. So yeah, if you can take a look, I'm not reading all that, but big numbers, a lot of immigrants, like especially for the first one. We're trying to get 30 established immigrants to teach them how to help new upcoming immigrants through connections, through networking, just to help the big jump. It's a strong jump. So you need some padding to it. So yeah, and this first workshop will delve into all the other workshops, online and in person. So it will all follow.
Yeah, so generally a variety of events, virtually and in person. And these events will target 3 groups, as we said. There will be the prospective migrants, those who plan or they think of maybe moving abroad. We have the regional specification, the target countries. And also we have the established, more established migrants who already have their networks and they already have the knowledge within these target countries. And at the end, as Samir also mentioned, the small to medium-sized enterprises, employers. So yeah, and obviously we need money for that, I think, right? No?
Money. So yeah, we're asking for 150,000, and like a good European project, most of the money is going towards actual tangible results. So more than 60%, it's all to the outcomes. And like following community standards, 30% administration, management, and evaluation.
And you know what? We're not going to do that work on our own. So we have to allocate a lot of this work and allocate a lot of this funding.
Exactly.
Am I right?
We have 4 partners. All of them are very experienced in the field. So we can make the best bang for our buck by getting the experts, allocating the funds to them, so we can all collaborate together. Because like having good partners makes or breaks the project.
That is true. And our partners here would be basically us, the MMA. This is a very, very, let's see, a new idea. We're trying to develop it. It's like 3 days old, more or less, okay? We have our partners, 1 per country. I just really need to shed light on the fact that our Moroccan partner is actually the director of this very, very new collective is in this room, and a person who really inspires me a lot. And I would recommend for all of you to look, Google, look at the Instagram page of the Collective Impact of Youth. We also have other partners. If you know anyone who is in these institutes, please let us know. And if you are representing any of these institutes, please talk to us, like please, okay? Yeah, so what we're trying to do is build these bridges, empower people, and hopefully have a better tomorrow than we did yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was a lovely presentation. Okay. So now, before I jump into the next group, I just want to let you guys know, like at the groups that are presenting, the rest of the group is more than welcome to join the presenters on the stage for at least like emotional support. You don't have to stay seated over there. And at the end of the presentations, this time I'm going to be switching it around. I'm going to ask the jurors to stay seated, and I'm going to ask the entire team to come to the stage. All of you guys are going to be sitting around here because I want to make sure that you guys get this feedback 100%. Yeah, sorry. But now, when it comes to the second pitch, we have Ms. Rawan Hudaifa and Ms. Wala Saad. Once again, I'm sorry if I've butchered the names. Wala is a passionate advocate for youth empowerment, cultural exchange, and international cooperation. As Youth Mobility Manager at the Mediterranean Youth Foundation for Development, MYF, and European Solidarity Corps mentor, Wala plays a pivotal role in strengthening Egyptian Euromed partnerships, leveraging her expertise to foster collaboration, exchange, and mutual understanding across borders. Wala Rawan is a sustainability advocate and project coordinator with over 4 years of experience managing projects facilitating youth upskilling and employment across the MENA region. She holds a master's degree in global sustainability solutions from the University of Exeter and a background in nutrition and dietetics. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Focusing on promoting sustainable practices. Once again, I'm taking liberty at cutting at some points of your bios, but everybody, please help me welcome them to the stage. The mic is yours.
Hello everyone, we are the Mediterranean Connect team. We are a social enterprise joining you from the Mediterranean region. You have me, you have Wala, Sinda, and Zainab from multiple countries. We are a social enterprise aimed at tackling one of the youth mobility challenges in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Our logo shows the interconnections and the path taken by youth in the mobility programs. The blue represents the Mediterranean, and the yellow represents the support that they need during this journey.
In mobility program, arriving in hosting countries, and at the same time you are feeling frustrated, lost, and unprepared. Actually, lots of reports refer to that from 35 to 40% from the youth mobility participants referred or reported that they are unprepared when they arrived to the hosting countries regarding to the culture and logistic challenges. Perhaps, or maybe onboarding materials was too standard or insufficient, resulting in cultural shocks, in language problems, or increased costs. So, how can we improve the overall experience of the youth mobility participants till their kick-off until they arriving to their countries?
This is how we thought of creating a digital platform supporting youth by youth, where participants from vocational and volunteering training programs can book one-on-one, tailored multilingual coaching sessions from their fellow alumni, guiding them throughout the journey step by step, anytime and everywhere. Having said that, we're planning to run the pilot project only in 2 countries, Tunisia and Jordan. Why them? Because they have high youth population and high unemployment rates.
So our implementation plan includes 3 stages. The first one, of course, assessing the needs and develop and design a platform, then launching it. And the second stage, it's about outsourced certified coaches and therapists. And at the same time, our platform will play a vital role regarding to training the youth mobility participants, alumni, to be a professional coaches. And the third stages, once we on board regarding to our coaches, regarding and our platform, we will reach out to our youth mobility programs and
Hello.
in these third stages, once we onboarding regarding to coaches and regarding to our beneficiaries, we will implement or provide our services to the youth mobility programs, and hopefully we want to reach to 100 beneficiaries in the first cycle.
Since we are a social enterprise, the financial sustainability won't be a huge problem. However, we will still need seed funding for the first 2 years of the pilot project. We are aware that the project management cost is way more than it should. However, we carefully allocated this budget for the sustainability, and also considering that the first cycle of the project, we won't have any volunteers, so we're gonna need a huge team of therapists and counselors. And the rest of the project will be dedicated to and invested in training alumni, stakeholder engagement, monitoring, and of course, our safety net.
Our partners, they are very important and they are playing vital role in this project. And to ensure the successful of this project, we can divide our partners in 3 items. The first one, regarding the communication partners, that they will help us to reaching out to the NGOs and youth mobility participants, and technical or IT partners that will help us in developing and design our platform. And the third, regarding to the certified coaches and therapists, they will be our planting partners.
All right, so through innovation and support, we're paving the way forward for youth to thrive, not only in their mobility experiences, but well beyond them. We definitely don't want a frustrated participant because they won't use their skills back in their country. This is why we are here tackling this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Even I have some comments on this presentation. You guys have done, this is a very exciting idea that even I was just sitting in the corner and going like, oh, okay, there's more and more that you can add to this. Good luck. And good job, sorry. The third pitch that is joining us on the stage is with Wisal and Lamia. Come over. There we go. Come on, more energy. Wisal is a medical doctor from Algeria. She is currently pursuing a master's in digital health entrepreneurship. On the side, she is an avid coffee enjoyer and a part-time TikToker. Okay. Lamia is a dynamic young female professional from Tunisia with a strong background in legal and European public affairs. An alumna of the College of Europe and the Sulaya program. She has lived and worked in Austria, Poland, Spain, and Italy. Lamia is passionate. Sorry. We'll figure it out. Give me a second. Her involvement in the Holtz Prize program, first as a participant in 2019 and later as an ambassador in Tunisia, reflects her dedication to entrepreneurship and its social impact. Guys, the mic is yours, and I'm going to go get you a second mic.
Okay, just in case.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm Lamia, and this is my colleague Wisal. Today we will present you our brilliant idea about building a sustainable future for youth-led business in North Africa. Let's get started.
Okay. Looking at this beautiful crowd, I can tell that the majority of us are Gen Z. And as the self-proclaimed official speaker of Gen Zs, I would like to make a statement that there is nothing that we hate more than a 9-to-5 job and being stuck in the office the entire day. We want to be our own bosses. We want to go see the world. We want to go change the world. And we want to fix what's wrong with our world. However, in order to do that, in order to turn our ideas to tangible and projects that will tackle these issues in our community, we usually lack access to mentorship and guidance, and we have difficulty securing funding to implement our projects. And the result of this is us having 10 business ideas per day, but never achieving any of them. And this is what our solution come in.
Yes, indeed, Wisal. Scale You is the answer. And we are, for you, a well-structured two-phase program that will be designed for young professionals like you and empower your skills in the business field. So we will have 6 months of incubation. We will select 50 young entrepreneurs, and those 50 young entrepreneurs will receive training and mentorship, and of course, a lot of business skills. To go through the second phase, we will have a pitch competition. We will select 20 of these young entrepreneurs to move to the acceleration program. Our mission is to equip you with tools and opportunities in order to make your project sustainable.
And how are we going to do that? The plan is a two-phased approach where in the initial incubation phase, our local partners in Algiers, Tunis, and Casablanca will choose young entrepreneurs from the community and give them tailored business training. And then they will go through a pitch competition in which 20 of the most promising business idea will be selected to go to pass to the acceleration phase, which will be implemented in our partner accelerators in the European part of the Mediterranean, and this is the mobility aspect of the project. So we have partners in Lisbon, Athens, and Sofia, and the participants will also have the opportunity to secure funding to implement and scale their projects.
Here, dear jury, we need your support, and I will tell you how. We have crafted a very detailed budget here. As you see, we will allocate 20% for human resources, project managers, coordinators, and trainings, and then 40% for operation, mobility activities, workshops, and networking and capacity building. The rest of the budget will be 30% for training materials, and of course, communication is important. We will allocate 10% for media release. And trust me, every euro is a real investment in the region for future innovators.
And as much as we would have loved to implement this our own, we can't. We need partners to do that. And we basically managed to identify 3 types of partners that we might need. Implementation consortium, which consists of our incubators in North Africa and accelerators in the European counterparts. We also need the UFM for visibility and strategic alignment. And lastly, we will pretty much need a business angels network who will secure the bag for these innovators to implement their projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wissal, for presenting our powerful network partners. Now, imagine you all were there. 6 months later, after receiving our training, incubation training, your idea will be the same? Of course not. Then join us for a Change Maker program. Thank you.
I have ADHD.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sticking to the timeline and the time slot. Now we will go into the 4th pitch, and it is going to be with Ramata, okay, and Rubia. Everybody, give a warm. Okay. Ramata is a journalist specializing in culture with a focus on all topics related to Blackness, working to reshape the mainstream narratives about Africa and its diaspora. Rubia is a political scientist and jurist who is active in the field of youth work, gender, and social activism that works against racism and Islamophobia. A warm welcome to our pitchers, everyone. Come on. I know it's the last one.
Is it? Yeah. Is it? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. So let's be honest. We both have a different connection to the Med region than many of you here today.
Hi, my name is Rubia, and I was not born in this Mediterranean region, but I know that I belong here.
Hi, my name is Ramata, and my roots are not from here, but I have been flourishing in this region.
We have been flourishing from the margins.
Our bridge to this region is through migration, migration that sometimes can become a barrier.
Dear audience, just take a minute, think about it. Holding this mic, being here, being here for 1 week, affording ourselves to leave our jobs behind, having had in the past so many educational opportunities to build ourselves up, and being fluent in English, plus, having halal and accessible food. Isn't that privilege enough in our field?
The reality is that most of us here have overcome gaps and barriers. People tell us that we are role models, that we've made it, but we don't want to be the only ones.
MedBridge, as you see, is a unique youth project involving young people from Morocco, Spain, and Egypt. We believe in youth involved for the youth. Youth building bridges over all those gaps. This would not be possible, I know that my team is sitting somewhere around here, without our dedicated team and their work. Thank you so much, Nuh, Hadija, and Anas. Thank you.
Thank you. Through working together these days, we realize that minorities are not well represented in our field. They are often the beneficiaries, but rarely active actors that have action and agency. This means that we are not able to change the dominant narratives, leaving little space for creating narratives that are more inclusive and have other protagonists.
Yes. Well, we all know the problem, right? We all have enough expertise to kind of be familiar with it. Well, what is the solution? Here, MedBridge is offering one step. We know that the starting point for sure is capacity building, building their skills, uplifting their stories through accessible information about these type of programs and also educational opportunities. To cover those gaps, whether it is because some of us are coming from a marginalized community within the region, or some of us are coming from a rural part and it is hard for us to access this type of information, or just because of our personal circumstances, that we might have a type of disability that is not recognized or that is not worked so much in our field.
In this way, we can build bridges, not only in the regions, but also in their communities, who shall also benefit from this.
Our plan is quite simple. We offer 3 steps. The first step is a first-year phase where young people, 30 youngsters, 10 from each involving party, shall be offered 15 workshops. Workshops mostly on storytelling, so we can uplift their stories, bring new narratives into the field, and they shall learn through these workshops also more about leadership and advocacy.
The second step has a 6-month time duration, and this step aims to certify these youngsters. This means, for example, that young people from Morocco should be able to train organizations and young people from Spain and Egypt, and vice versa. This way, they can gain experience and confidence.
Well, gaining experience is important. We all know that, right? We all started somewhere. So we believe that it is very important that in the last phase of the project, they're not abandoned. Somehow, we should launch them as young professionals and mentor them through their steps. So it is very important to mentor this process.
And this is our budget. As you see, we have 2 main pillars. The first one is accessible training platforms, and the second one is human resources allocation.
Well, one thing we all know from this field is that without good partners, you might feel very lonely, and things don't progress and flourish. So we are very delighted to already tell you that Puerta de Africa, an organization from Spain, is already helping and supporting this project.
From Morocco, we have the Youth Empowerment Society, who have a long experience empowering the youth and creating social change. And last but not least, we have from Egypt the Creativa Innovation Hub that also supports this type of innovative solutions.
Building bridges in a society that is so much stressed about walls, barriers, and gaps is really important. You might wonder why. Well, we all know somehow. It is important to revise the privileges we have in order to know who are the people we are leaving behind. MedBridge, let's say it simply, might be a small grain of hope in front of a big social problem, a structural one. But we know, at least in this team, that we firmly believe in small steps, in small actions, to bring this region way more forward. So we believe, in growth from the margins to the center. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm Jampasad. But in.
It's okay, good.
Thank you.
Sorry, I know they took more time, but it felt inappropriate while they're talking about structural injustice for a guy to take the microphone out of the hand of two ladies.
Yeah.
Okay, well. Thank you all very much for very exciting ideas that you have presented. Just a second, please. I'm having some technical issues. Yeah, we're done with this session. So now we can start by introducing the jurors for this session. I will start by, and once again, I'm very sorry if I mispronounce your names. We are going to start with Emmanuel Roux. Okay, great. With a master's degree in political sciences and European law at Sciences Po Paris and College of Europe in Bruges. She started her career in the year 2000 at the European Parliament. She then joined the European Commission 2002 at the very exciting time of the devolution of the cooperation to the EU delegations. She spent 7 years at the representation of the European Commission in Paris, where she was notably in charge of the strategic partnership with the French Foreign Affairs Ministry. Sorry, that's a tongue twister. She is notably in charge of the UFM sectoral dialogue on employment and labor. Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to once again ask you guys to stay seated, and I'm going to ask the groups in the meantime while I'm presenting if you can please join me on stage, all four of you. All four groups, come on, join me. Oh yeah, all of them, come on. I'm not gonna let you stay seated. Yeah, come on. We're also being joined by Mr. Kamal Kamal, my favorite name on this entire list, who is currently the Mediterranean Youth in Action Program Lead at the Anna Lindh Foundation. Guys, you can move without making lots of noise. It's fine. He is working with youth and youth-related programs since the early 2010s. He implemented regional projects and programs in countries like Turkey, Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt, and Sudan. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Kamal. Guys, I'm still talking, so if you can have some silence, please. Thank you. We're also joined by Ms. Lorella Prevasi. Is that correct? Yes. Ms. Lorella is a dedicated youth activist with extensive experience in Albania and the Western Balkans. She holds a background in finance and accounting along with certifications in business and project management. Her work and activism primarily focuses on youth empowerment, peace building, and reconciliation. Thank you for being with us. Once again, we're joined by Mr. Jalaluddin Kasso, who, as I mentioned before, has a strong foundation in innovation management, entrepreneurship, international development, finance, and strategy. Thank you once again for being with us. And are you guys a part of the jury? Okay, the next one. Okay, Gregory, I was very confused. Thank you guys for joining us for today, and I'm going to give you the mic so you can give your feedback. And guys, you can just sit on the chairs or you can sit on the edge over here, so please feel comfortable.
Thank you very much. Many thanks for the work and the outcomes of this training and for presenting us your projects. In the Directorate General Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission, and also in our role as co-chair of the Sectoral Dialogue on Employment and Labor, we have a very strong focus on employment and employability the youth, notably the youth not in employment, education and training, the youth needs. And as said by my colleague from DG NEAR at the opening, we have just launched a new regional program on youth needs, implemented by the International Labour Organization, and we have here with us the program manager, Jean-Yves. So your proposals are very useful to contribute to our reflections. So if I take the first project, Migradora, here you touch upon a very important issue of, on one hand, the high youth unemployment in the Southern Mediterranean countries, and on the other hand, the labor shortages in the EU. It's a very sensitive, very complex issue. It's not easy to work in this sector, and because of that, I think it would be good also to clarify there if there is in your proposal any return foreseen for the youngsters that go to the EU, or if the project rather aims that they will integrate, let's say, for life in the EU, and how to avoid brain drain for the departing countries. Just to mention here that the EU is setting in place a legal migration cooperation, what we call the talent partnerships, notably with some partner countries, and one of your selected countries is in the pilot phase, Morocco, but we have also Egypt and Tunisia, and it will be extended to Bangladesh and Nigeria. So I may advise you to look also at this initiative. And just to say also that we work also a lot to create better perspectives in the partner countries themselves for the young people, notably, as I said, for the most vulnerable. For the second project, Mediterraneo Connect, I welcome this idea of a platform to find all materials for mobility programs and exchanges. If I take the example of Erasmus Plus that you all know, there are also some components already existing related to what you describe in the proposal. There are also regular info sessions organized by the EU delegations in the partner countries to offer them guidance and support. And you have also the Erasmus Plus focal points in the countries. And their website is also very informative, so it's good. It would be good to make the link about the opportunities, and also they have info sessions on how to present a project. And last but not least, I would also include the young ambassadors, the connectors. There are some of them here with us today, notably from Morocco. For the third project, so Scale Youth, it's really an interesting project on entrepreneurship and equipping youth with the necessary skills and network in the North African countries. In our sectoral dialogue on employment and labor, we have recently organized with the Finnish organization Mimir, and we have with us the co-founder Ahmed Hadi, who is also part of the next session. We have organized the first edition of the UFM Youth Forum dedicated to inclusive entrepreneurial ecosystems. So we could circulate recommendations because some of them are also part of your project, and they are very consistent. We have also very different EU programs on entrepreneurship and social economy. We work a lot on this, so it's really a very interesting and crucial topic. And for instance, also the UFM Secretariat has recently launched UFM grant schemes. So these are also opportunities, and the last two grant schemes were on green entrepreneurship, and there is one also on digital transformation. For the fourth project, so BridgeMed, I welcome the goal to provide youth with more soft skills and confidence, while also reflecting on more diversity of the youth. The EU has also this goal of targeting the most vulnerable, including youth with disabilities or in rural areas. And if I take the example of the last ministerial meeting that we had in Marrakesh in May 2 years ago, so this ministerial declaration is really our compass for sectoral dialogue. This is our core priority. And no doubt that is what you presented is a crucial issue, but maybe the mobility aspect should be more emphasized. And here, if I can connect with our framework, the UFM Secretariat has put in place a community of practices on youth employment, and YouthRA is one of our members. And this is a space, among others, to discuss also on inclusive labor markets for young people in the Southern Mediterranean. So I will stop there. Just to conclude that in DG Employment, on behalf of the UFM co-presidency, we will organize next year a ministerial meeting with the ministers in charge of the labor in the region. And we will certainly connect the dots with the Youth Lab and you and your work. So many thanks for the inspiration, and good luck for future applications. And a last word to also monitor the website of the EU, the headquarters, but also the EU delegations, and also the website of the UFM Secretariat to have access to all funding opportunities. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Let me start by saying that I was really pleasantly surprised by the quality of the proposals, by the ideas, by the methodologies. And I have worked for a long time in evaluating project proposals, and I can tell you for sure that these proposals are above average. So I was really happy with it. My comments will be a little bit technical, so bear with me. I'll start with the first one, Migradora. What does Migradora mean? Oh, okay. No. Okay, nice to hear. So really, great work, guys. Very innovative project design. Just small feedback about, first of all, this goes, I think, for most of the proposals, for the context analysis and need, I wouldn't say need assessment, but the context analysis. It needs to be more grounded, like you need to have more verifiable data. I know that you didn't have time, first of all, but let's assume, and I'm surely hoping to see all these projects implemented. So let's assume that you are going to apply with these project proposals. You have to have a more concrete data, numbers, sources, stuff like that, when you are applying in a formal project proposal. Second thing, about partnerships, and this is also I saw maybe like in all the proposals. I saw you are listing the names of the partners you are hoping to work with, but I didn't see what exactly you want to do with them. Like you just mentioned the brief about each organization, and I didn't know like what each organization is going to contribute. Like we want these organizations to provide funding, for example. The main thing is that we didn't have a place in the slides. Okay. During the week, we talk about everything, the sharing, so the partners are sharing, but it was a little bit hard to put in the slides. Let me tell you something. I know, you didn't have time. You were constrained by the budget and by other things, by the format and the template. As I said, like what I'm talking about is about when you are going to really write the whole full project proposal. So you need to, at least internally, like you don't have to mention this in a proposal, by the way. You don't have to mention like we want to partner with somebody. That's not, it doesn't go into the proposal, but you need to do some internal stakeholder analysis internally. Let me move faster because Mohsen is going to kill me after that. Okay. Okay, one last thing about the small feedback about the communication strategy. You might have more of a localized communication strategy with mentioning like we are going to work with these languages since we are working on the regional level. Okay, Mediterranean Connect. I had a question like why Tunisia and Jordan, but you answered that, thank you. Because I was really like, why Jordan and Tunisia? But thank you. Again, the same thing, I'm not going to repeat myself about the partners. Really like the idea, again, very innovative. Again, you need to work a little bit on the context analysis, the same. You have to have, like, this is from my point of view about the platform, it's really a nice idea, but it needs more polishing, I think. And hopefully you will have the time to polish it. Like, what's the features that you're going to provide? Because it's a center to the proposal, you know? It's a center feature of the proposal. So you need to have a little bit more information about it. And also the sustainability, which is usually, sorry, just a second. And the sustainability issue, which is usually an afterthought in most project proposals, but it's really important, especially in something like this. Like we are establishing a platform, an online platform. Okay, what will happen after we finish? What will happen after the funding has dried out or finished? So you need to work a little bit more. I know you wrote about that, but you need a little bit more about that. So Scale Youth, Lamia and Wissal. Again, I wrote here about the sustainability thing because it's important and you have to work a little more about it. The stakeholder engagement. Like I have a comment here, like you have this sentence in the sustainability section, and I just wrote how. Like you write, like we want to keep the project going after we finish, but how? Because it was not clear to me. Last but not least, BridgeMed, very nice idea. Like really, really guys, great idea. Especially working with this. Again, all of the ideas were really innovative, really nice, and especially your idea. Maybe you want to work a little bit more on the budget and on the action plan because it was really concise. I understand that time constraint, but you need to work a little bit more on it. Thank you all. Great work, really. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone again. I have some comments, but first of all, just a general comment that I know you didn't have time, but as my previous colleague mentioned, we are very impressed by all the ideas because it's very difficult to plan a whole project in 3 days, and maybe some of you have never tried to implement and plan a project before. So I'm very impressed. For the first project, Migradora, I don't know the abbreviation behind it, but it's very interesting to me because in Albanian, it kind of means giving a hand to migration. You didn't have any Albanian partners, but you can consider it. But the issue itself, it's a little bit challenging and it's a little bit complex. So even though migration is a really hot topic right now and you have like a great idea for the solution you're trying to provide, I think that your idea shifts a little bit from like the main beneficiaries and it kind of shifts to more indirect beneficiaries. So you're gonna train like young professionals who are immigrants, and that's great to like shed some light into their struggles. But maybe you should also plan activities in their home countries. So you're not really focusing on bringing them back because that's a lot more difficult. But you can like upskill their skills even more. For the second idea, I really like the logo and the thought behind it. One of the best logos I've seen, to be honest. It was a very interesting point to me that you focused on participants' well-being. That's something that you don't really see in most of the projects. So that's like a new idea, let's say. It's a good thing that you focus on 2 countries first, because you don't know if it works or not. And maybe you should refocus on the budgeting and maybe have a bigger budget for the trainings, because you can have a good platform and it's not that difficult to create a platform. The platform should be very easy. But having well-trained professionals for it, it's the best challenge of this. For the 3rd project, I really like the idea of the competition. In my opinion, it started great. It had reachable numbers, but then it became a little bit too ambitious. And it will require a little bit more time that you may think. So you have to rethink the timeline, and in that case, also the budget. But starting from the small scale, you started it really well, and then you have to like cut some parts of it and focus on the timeline. For the 4th project, really great name as well, and the topic was very interesting. You were very interlinked with your solution and your problem. I like how you were very specific on your activities and your workshop, how many workshops you want to do, and you had a very numerous outline of what you wanted to do. The budget was very interesting as well. You were very specific on your budget. And you had a good vision too. I like the small steps to bigger solution idea. So you have a great start with that project. I don't have many critics about this one, to be honest. So in general, I really like them all. Thank you.
No, sure, okay, thank you. Yeah, I know. So actually, basically, I'm judging for the green skills, but I need to say some comments if I may. Can I, Mohsen? Yeah? Okay, perfect, thank you. So just to reply on all what you've mentioned, it was amazing, basically, and coming from youth and also facing the mobility issue. So I just wanted to shed the light on the fact that partners could be also coming from private sector. Today I'm presenting Schneider Electric Foundation. So actually, instead of coaching mentors or volunteers, you can get mentors from private sector, and they are working on many, like now you can see women in mentorship program or youth mentors for youth volunteering missions, and it's counted under the private sector umbrella. So you can take advantage of this. And also, whenever you're mentioning mentors and volunteers and like coaching and so on, you need also to mention what would be the advantage for them. Like for example, for the first Migrodora, you need to mention for those ambassadors who would volunteer their time and effort, what would they take and like in return, visibility maybe, advocacy, or actually you can co-collaborate with another entity that gives certificates. So if you get a certificate that you are a certified from like UN, ITC certified coach or a trainer or ambassador, in this case, yeah, you are investing in this mentor specifically. And also what I wanted to mention, like 4 comments for each group, 4 comments for, yeah. So first, for Migrodora, the digital aspect was amazing. The fact that you also have it in person and digitally is amazing. And Mediterranean Connect, the fact that you did the light on vocational training. So you also focused on the fact all of the projects are non-traditional education, which is really relevant because we have 1 out of 5 youth are out of education, training, and employment. So the fact of having non-traditional education, way less process and less time is very effective. And also, for skilled youth, the fact that you're also partnering with North Africa Business Angel Network, You mentioned it for the funding, but also actually for the calibers. You can get used to it. And the acceleration phase is amazing because you continued. You didn't left them there with the numbers of the number of trainees or the impacted beneficiaries, but actually you focus on how to empower them into access to the market. And finally, I really loved the presentation for the last one. It was really amazing, and the fact that you definitely are role models, but the fact that you want also to have more to have others to be role models, like just as you, is amazing. And the minorities are now they are beneficiaries, but actually we need to have them as actors and advocates for the cause itself. So yeah, and finally, the fact that you're having Spain and Morocco to have the intercultural exchange as well is important. And yeah, the last comment that I have is that you should really think about, instead of building from scratch, but actually basically collaborating with another entity would be very effective, or creating a project for them under their umbrella and then building on it. Thank you.
Ça marche, merci. First project, yeah. Migradora. I loved it so much. You are a good pitcher, and you are a business killer. So try to use this component to propose, in a way, the business, okay? Too ambitious, okay? And you are aware of it, I know. You know the market. But still, I see other people that can help, okay? So try to be engaged more on the pitch, but also in the field. Yeah, but it was great. I loved it. So yes, into action. Every time repeat to yourself, into action, until you get the 200 targets. Okay. For the second project, Mediterranean Connect, guidance and support. You need to be like a hashing machine. Why? Because you need to build a very specific process so you can be like effective in the way you deliver your value proposition. Okay. So you need to do it the Italian way. Go into the field, and I saw that the problematic was very specific. So how can we improve the mobility experience? So try to hash the mobility experience and try to focus on the user experience. I have a small remark, like to make this sustainable transition. Try to cost skill on the platform. Start by upskilling and do TOT to make like the matchmaking, okay? Then learn from this experience, and by hashing the process, try to build the platform. That way, you can like re-inject all the material in the beginning to deliver the real value, you see? And pave it. Yeah, so for the third project, Scale Youth, why Casablanca and not Fes? Okay, so you are welcomed at the Euromed Innovation Center to work with us, okay? And also, like, we can provide you with the 30% of material support. Okay. So, yeah, good, and be specific on your target, so we can join you on the adventure. And you're gonna be the lead. Okay. For the last project, Youth for Youth, MadeBridge. Yeah, hi. Loved the project. The idea is very ambitious. Youth for Youth, but also youth with youth, okay? And try to expand it in youth by youth, okay? Try to make it a philosophy more than a platform in a way, see? Because you have journalists that can have big influence on the project. So it's more upskilling, and see the other phase of it, reskilling, okay? So try to make it IoT in this sense. I urge you to start with like a methodology. It's called the randomized custom trials. So try to take a population who will be like specific and try to split it into two and conduct kind of research with the first population and the research with the second population, so you can like have a good material and design the good material for people regarding this. There is a very high gap in this market, so try to be the first or the pioneers in leading that way. So I see a good starting point to build partnerships. I see that your project is very realistic, so targeting the hubs is the first step to do. So, félicitations.
Hello? Oh, okay. Thank you guys very, very much for joining us and for your incredible feedback. Everybody, please give a round of applause for the incredible pictures. Thank you, guys. You can get off the stage. Sorry, that was punishment. Also, there is a special thank you for Tina and Abdulaziz for their incredible work during their training. Thank you, thank you. If you can just give me a second. Sorry, keeping time requires multiple screens. Okay, so now, how's the energy? How are we doing? I see some people that are starting to lose consciousness. No, no, no. And also, I see some people that are like surrounding themselves with a blanket. Are you actually cold? I'm melting over here. Well, we're about to start with our last pitching round for the final cluster. Thank you once again to the previous cluster. You guys have done an incredible amount of work over the past period, and I'm genuinely excited to see what happens in the next phases. But for now, allow me to introduce the last cluster that we will have for today, titled Green Skills. During this one, we're hoping to hear projects that deal with developing skills for sustainable green transitions, crucial for addressing climate change and environmental challenges. We're going to start in the beginning with Mabel Wahbe. Am I right? Okay, great. And Dries Rawi. Okay, please come over to the stage. Mabel is a chemical engineering student at the University of Balamand, set to graduate summer 2025. She was selected for the Student Leaders Program in 2024 by the US Middle East Partnership Initiative, and she was also the only engineering student from Lebanon. She participated in hands-on trainings for metal contamination in water through the Erasmus Plus projects at the University of Granada in Spain, and we are so happy that she is with us today. Thank you. As for Dries, just a second, hold on, why do you keep moving? Dries is a business and economics student at EST McNess University and the founder of Enactus, ESTM-ONG affiliation, actively involved in sustainability initiatives combining innovation with social impact. Guys, the stage is yours, and I'll see you guys in 5 minutes.
So, yeah.
Need to bonjour.
Can you please go back?
Mm-hmm.
Switch them. Good afternoon, everyone.
esteemed jury members, respected Mad Youth Lab family, ladies and gentlemen. Today, me and my colleague Dries will be presenting for you our Mad Plasti Circle project. Speaking of plans, can I have the...
Wait, there's a pointer there.
Speaking of plans, what are your plans for dinner tonight? Let me guess. A Lego sushi, a credit card burger, or a well-done piece of PVC? Why you are surprised? Actually, yes, we eat 40 pounds of plastic during our lifetime. And we eat 40 pounds of plastic during our lifetime. And this is the direct impact of the plastic pollution that is in the Mediterranean, as we are the people of the Euro-Mediterranean region. A recent study by the UNDP showcases that 50 tons of plastic are dumped into the oceans, into the Mediterranean Sea daily, and it is in Lebanon, Tripoli. Also, another case study was done, and it showcases 20 tons of plastic that is dumped in Port Said in Egypt. These are our first target areas in our project. This is the direct impact of the illegal dump sites that are randomly disposed all over the country in Lebanon, and this is right for Egypt. Also, this led to a loss of the fishing jobs for the fishing industry. It has a critical impact on the industry of the fishing. And this comes here, our youth-led Mad Plasti Circle idea, which will aim to tackle 3 different categories. First, the product will be by converting the plastic that we will collect from the Mediterranean and convert it into sustainable clothing. This will be done by a process where we will need the recently graduating students to help us to implement the project. Now, I think you are asking how we will be collecting this plastic from the Mediterranean. So we will put interceptors across the borders of Egypt and Lebanon to limit the floating of a plastic, and it will be easier to collect the plastic from the sea. This is the interceptors that we are aiming to put. And to showcase why we decided to convert the plastic into fabric, because each 8 plastic bottles can lead to 1 t-shirt. So can you imagine how many t-shirts we can produce through the dumped plastic? For the educational part, I will leave the floor to my colleague Dries to explain it.
Thank you. So we're now in the most mandatory part, so the education. So we'll be providing vocational training for fishermen, local fishermen, to provide them like with boats and their staff to collect waste. So we'll be involved them in the production and the collection process. So. And as you know, every project has a plan, and our plan is constituted by 3 stages. The first stage is project management and coordination. So here we will be working on the we will be working on the coordination and the partnerships and collaboration and strategies. So the second part is the capacity building that include the trainings, and the last thing is the collection and recycling. So that's the most important asked part. So That's the pumping heart of our project. So as a starting capital, we'll be asking for 200,000 euros. The project will be launched in 2 countries of a growth of 20% rate per year. In the first 5 years, to cover the Mediterranean region. So after 5 years, we will be covering half of the countries of the Mediterranean region. Yeah. The last part is the partners and the SDGs. So for this part, we will be targeting directly for SDGs. So I'm sorry.
Continue. Just continue.
Mm-hmm.
Technical issues.
No. Mm-hmm. So, as I told you, we will be targeting for principal SDGs, and we will be partner. Yeah. So one of our partners is UNDP in Lebanon, and we have Tripoli Chamber of Commerce, Industry, and Agriculture, local municipalities like Porsaid, Tripoli, and Verinil. So that's our partners that we will be working with. That's the potential one, and that's not just it's just for Lebanon because we have to work just with 2 countries at first, to make the project real. So after this, we will be implementing to other countries, the Mediterranean region. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
If I can please invite Mr. Ali Smadi and Mr. Alessandro Wiedemann. Okay. اوكي لا لسه في بعدك كمان اثنين It's okay. Ali is a 5th-year medical student at Jordan University of Science and Technology and an aspiring entrepreneur passionate about public health and environmental preservation. He is an avid hiker and he has observed the damage caused by the shrinking of green spaces. He's trying to combine his medical knowledge with personal experiences as he is working to address environmental and public health crises. Thank you for being with us, Ali. He's also joined by Alessandro, who is a land restoration practitioner with a background in international affairs, agroecology, and land reform. Alessandro became disillusioned with political solutions and realized that healthy lands are the foundation of stable communities. And I'm very excited to hear this presentation. So thank you, guys. And please give a round of applause for our presenters.
So, EcoEd project.
We have to find it.
Okay.
It's fine, it's fine. Double click, et voilà.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right.
EcoEd project. Hi everyone, I'm Ali Smadi from Jordan. If you ask my parents, I'm the doctor of the family. If you ask me, I'm a hiker, camper, who have that weekly routine to spend day in nature. But the sad thing is that each time I go into nature, I notice shrinking in green spaces because people still doing bad habits like logging, burning trees, and responsibly. During my research, I found an alarming fact that Jordanian green coverage is less than 1%, which is a serious problem with big consequences. This realization sparked something in me. So, as a medical student, my concern is health. I realized that decreasing in green spaces is not just an ecological issue, it's also a public health crisis. So that's why me and my amazing team, I'm so thankful for them, started our initiative, which is EcoAid project, that we believe our mission is to protect and restore these green spaces. Not only on the stake of nature, but because we believe that it's our mission also to protect our health, our communities, and also our future. So EcoAid project aims to restore and protect green spaces, not only in Jordan, but also in Tunisia and across the Mediterranean. So now to dive deeper in the plan and solution that we are proposing, I will hand over to my colleague, Alessandro. So please, Alessandro.
Shukran, ya Ali. Our mission is simple: to spread agroecological practices, to increase and restore the green spaces and the communities that depend on them. Our target group is rural people, farmers, women, and youth especially. Our team's expertise allows us to have the greatest impact, starting in Maktar, Tunisia, and Irbid, Jordan, as you can see in this map, in the orange circles. So how will we do this? Through training workshops tailored to the communities and identities we work with, engaging activities, especially for youth, such as tree planting, awareness hikes, and good practice field visits. And lastly, facilitate open discussions where target groups can safely express their grievances and their concerns to better frame and tackle their own problems. Our solutions are accessible, scalable, and importantly, with tangible results. A fisherman once told me that a rising tide lifts all boats, and we aspire to be that rising tide. Our annual cycle will consist of 6 months of action, poetically starting on June 17th, which is World Desertification Day, and ending on October 4th, which is World Land Day. This is then followed by 6 months of reflection, reassessment, research, and then repeat. It's a 2-year aim. We ask for €200,000, neatly divided into these 3 categories: human resources, organizational costs, and operational costs. And to achieve these goals, we will work with local and regional partners for financial, logistical, and technical support. We know this is an ambitious project, but it has great potential. Boats are safe in a harbor, but that's not what they're built for. So take that risk and set sail with us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
That was great. Thank you guys very much for having a 4.5-minute presentation. If I can please be joined by, Mahatib, Hanafi? Mahitab, okay. Hanafi and Aya, her partner Aya, okay. Mahitab is an EU GEAL connector in Egypt and works as a sustainable finance, works in sustainable finance and ESG and she is an ESG practitioner in impact investments. She engages in youth empowerment discussions through her community as part of her focus on sustainable development while working with venture capital and funds focused on sustainability. It's really nice to have you with us today. Next to her is Aya, and Aya is an architect, specializing in energy efficiency in buildings, and she is a passionate advocate for women's rights with a background in sustainable architecture and a commitment to integrating eco-friendly solutions into designs while also championing gender equality and social justice. Thank you guys for having us, and a round of applause for our pitchers and the rest of their group. Thank you guys also for joining us.
Hi everyone, and thank you for being here today. We are Women for Tech, and actually we are Women for, and I'm really grateful for other team members for joining us on the stage today. Thank you ladies for your emotional support. So me, Aya, Irim, and Ines were all coming from emerging markets across countries, Turkey, Egypt, Tunisia, and Algeria, where such countries in the Mediterranean region have very limited access to different opportunities. When we were having our discussion about where we need to stand today, we figured out that we're having a very common ground in terms of the opportunities we do have as innovation experts and other relative sustainability-related issues in their countries. So imagine a world where women lead the charge in providing and creating sustainable solutions, yet statistics show that we're having a very limited accessibility in emerging markets for women in this era. Basically, when it comes to the technological and innovation sector, in terms of the green technologies and innovation. And this is not only limits the innovation opportunities in these markets, but also it hinders the progress in order to capture such solutions from great innovators and great ladies.
So I'll be the statistic girly, and I'll say that a fact that I don't think everybody knows. According to the BCG, only 15 of green technologies are being implemented by women, and that's a big imbalance. What we want to reach by this initiative is to tap into undiscovered talent for the benefit of the environment.
So what we're aiming for is planning to implementing a solution where we can have a cross-border foundation, so we can aim into regional integration across our countries in the region, focusing in women aged between 18 to 35 years with a budget of 1,000. Actually, we're not sure about the budget, but we're aiming for a 1,000 euros and covering our countries. So our program is having a timeline of 1 year, starting from building capacity buildings for women in the innovation industry, basically in green innovations, focusing more into getting them in touch and capturing appropriate and properly good partnerships and networking with other investors in these markets, and then launching their own products and ideas into their countries, which will be definitely delivering different kind of KPIs and values when it comes to gender inclusion and digital transformation, and of course supporting sustainable development goals.
So I'll give you an example. For example, I'm a woman. Okay. That's not an example, I'm actually a woman, guys. For example, I'm a woman that has an idea. That idea will affect the environment positively. What do? I reach out to this initiative, to this program. I become a part of it. And during that, if I successfully complete the training, what will I get? I'll get expert training first. I'll get concrete orientation, and I'll get networking. And hopefully, at the end of the program, I will be getting funding to implement and actually do it in the real world, because that's what we want.
So thank you, Aya, for reaching out to the most ambitious part of our initiative when it comes to funding. Actually, we named it as growth funding because it will be oriented definitely in growth opportunities for our countries, focused more into general partners and other stakeholders like universities and too many other interested parties and institutions, which is captured in Schneider Foundation. So thank you, Marwa, for such an initiative. The European Union and the GIC, of course, if they are interested, it would be such an honor for us. So we'll be allocating our fund across media and content creators because we really need to raise awareness and to highlight why innovation sector is one of the gender imbalanced sector, yet there is too many calibers from women who can support definitely. mentors and venues and catering for trainings and workshops, product managers, and definitely experts and education, because we are seeking a regional collaboration across different experts. Moving forward to our partners, our stakeholders are represented in the media, educational experts, and funder providers, and entrepreneurs into startups with green tech-related ideas. So basically, picture what we can achieve together if we are in a truly diverse and inclusive market where we are not having effective solutions, but definitely equitable ones. I believe that it would shape a just energy transition. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Once again, thank you so much for. Oh, this is going to take you a while. Can somebody please help her with the mic? Thank you. And now for our final pitch of the day. If I can please be joined by Majda Khalid and Jinaba. Okay, I did it. Everybody, welcome aboard. Majda is joining us from Tunis. She's joining us from Tunis, and she is a CEO and co-founder of Agaru, okay, which is a senior entrepreneur for co-founder. What? She's also a textile and environmental engineer holding a master's degree in impact entrepreneurship in the US. She's working on revolutionizing the manufacturing and sustainability industry by merging technology with creativity and offering an ecosystem through matchmaking, marketplaces, brand, and the hub that she's working on developing. Thank you for joining us, Majda. We're also Jinaba. Yeah. Okay. Is from Mauritania. She has a master's degree in accounting and auditing and a bachelor's degree in finance and accounting. People like to terrify me. And she is also the co-founder of Tifinity, which is a startup that converts the invasive Taifa plant into organic compost and biochar. Thank you guys for joining us, and another round of applause, please.
So, hello everyone. I want you to take a moment to just look around. Look around into the materials that are surrounded by you. What you are wearing, the chairs that you are sitting on, but also the packaging of the food that we consume. Basically, we are here to represent Mycora, which is turning mushrooms into values. This is the team. We are from 6 different countries, totally different, but we share the same problem. It's the overproduction of non-biomaterials. Please, this is the team that is worked hard, which is Simone, Meida, Juneba, me, Majda, Milicia, and Ivan. And we are here to say a shocking number of 1.25 million meters per ton that are of non-biomaterials that are produced every year in our landfills. This shocking number is now a problem of overproduction. It's not about waste anymore, but the root of the problem is actually the materials that we produce. So how we are gonna try to find a solution for that? And we could, through Mycora. So how we will do it? We have mushrooms everywhere in different forests, and we are trying to turn mushroom into new materials. I actually started this into my research thesis, and this mushroom can be produced into new bio raw materials from fungi that can be turned into new products, such as textiles, furniture, food packagings, and so on and so on, to eliminate even the waste that is non-biodegradable like plastics, but even to make it biomaterials that are close to our pores and the humans that we breathe are much more biological. So These are the applications of our product, basically in textile, and that photo of the textile there is actually my work. So it's there, it's already implemented as a research and prototyping, but we can do better to do it. It can be used into packaging, brakes, furniture, and different uses, and I can walk you along a scientific paper to understand the way of doing it. Basically, the plan to do that is starting from collecting and sourcing the mushrooms, basically in Tunisia and Mauritania. Then we will go to track and source all the mushrooms that we have. The mushroom, if you know, has very long networks under the earth, and they are the recycler of the nature. So basically, we'll collect and track that. Then we will create partnerships with institutions, labs, etc. We will know where later. And then we'll get certifications from EU certified products and patents maybe. Then we will go into production units that are situated in Tunisia and implemented through the budgeting later. And then the distribution into many producers, but also the people that are interested in trying the raw material. So, my friend Geneva will walk you through where we will start in French.
Une révolution portée.
A revolution supported by young Mediterraneans for the Mediterranean. Mycora will be implemented in Tunisia at the beginning of 2025 in partnership with the R&D research centers in Germany for the prototyping and certification that is necessary. Tunisia, since they already have the necessary infrastructures for the implementation of this type of projects, we already have tried a prototype with one partner in Tunisia that will be elaborated for one of the startups of my colleague. The main beneficiaries of Mycora are the local producers of our different countries, since our ambition is to extend this project to Mauritania, to Bosnia, to North Macedonia, and to other countries. That was our ambition, to extend this project. Would you like to see this ambitious project emerge, come into being? Would you like to see this project come into being? So make a contribution, make a financial contribution. We shall need 200,000 euros distributed as follows. Production, 20%. For R&D, we shall need 11%. For the facilities, we shall need 35%. For the market studies, we'll need 10%. And for training, we shall need 23% of the budget to equip the local producers with the necessary skills, technical skills, and to educate them about the importance of the use of the raw materials. We shall need also some partners, multi-sector partners. That is the case of Sartex. It is a great, large textile company in Tunisia. We shall need the partners like Schneider, GIZ, the Union for the Mediterranean, and of course, our beneficiaries, who are the local producers of each country. In English now.
Of mushrooming the production industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The issue of mushrooms and their use is becoming more and more something that I'm hearing about. Are you okay? Okay. So thank you all. Thank you to all the pitchers. And if I can please have you all join me once again on the stage so we can start the next phase with the jurors as I'm introducing the jurors. And before I introduce the jurors, I have to just point out something that was pointed out to me by some of the participants. It's okay if some of the graphics were not 100% accurate. The presentations were made a little bit in a hurry. So if anybody have noticed that, please, it was an honest mistake. Now we can start with the presentations, with the introductions, sorry. Guys, you can high five later, God. We're going to start with, and I'm very sorry, I'm going to butcher the last name, but Mr. Hatem Aznag, okay. Hatem is a project analyst at the Energy and Climate Action Division of the UFM. He is dedicated to promoting climate policies, sustainable energy, and strengthening regional cooperation in the Mediterranean. Thank you so much for being with us. We're also joined by my second favorite name out of today, which is Ahmed Hadi. Thank you so much for having an easy name. Ahmed is the co-founder of Mimir, a brilliant organization where he is working to making the Euromed region global leaders in research commercialization with students leading the way. Previously, he founded a jewelry gift business, scaling it to a 6-figure annual revenue. He also served as president of Altos, the world's largest student entrepreneurship association. Thank you so much for being with us, Ahmed. And we are also joined once again by Mr. Jalaluddin Kasso. I've introduced you way too many times today, I'm sorry. And as I mentioned before, he comes with a strong foundation in innovation management, entrepreneurship, international development, finance, and strategy. And lastly, we are joined by Ms. Marwa Hamad. Marwa Hamad is a dynamic emerging leader in the Gender Energy Nexus and the winner of Women in Tech Global Best Ally Award of 2024. With a master's degree in development and humanitarian action from Paris, Marwa channeled her dedication to women empowerment into initiating Schneider Electric's first global gender strategy to bridge the skills gap while fostering gender equality. I don't want to continue talking about you guys, but thank you so much for joining us today. And I'm sorry that I had to cut off a lot of your bios. I'm going to give you guys the microphone. Please, 7 minutes for each juror. And I'll be keeping the time. So if you see me waving, that means that you guys have crossed the line. And we always start from this side. So I'm really sorry, but I'm going to start from this side this time. Thank you, Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for all your pitches. I'm going to start by the first project, as usual. So it's called MedPlastic. Yeah, good. So it was a good starting point. You catched me with data. Needs insight. Also, the sources of your presentation were verified. Using UNDP as a source is a great thing, but needs technical viability. I don't understand the technology, how it goes, what is the kind of transformation to be in it. Honestly, it's the core thing, and it doesn't exist. But I appreciate the presentation. I also appreciate the way you tackle the problem. So you made it from a problematic perspective. So you made like a market study, you see? And it was like finding the solution in it was, okay, do a benchmark about the technology that exists right now, and how can we like effectively build and transform a bottle into a t-shirt? Yeah. Yeah, sure. We all have 7 minutes, okay? So, yeah. Yeah.
Actually, I started this project when I was in the US as part of the Student Leaders Program, the idea. And when I went back to my country as a chemical engineer, I started my research in my BE degree for this project. But I have all the technical details, but I took into consideration that we have not technical expertise in the audience that might not know in details what I am speaking about, like the shredding, the pelletizing. Then we will do the polyester fibers. Then we will do the waning to have then be able to have the textiles. So we showcased a little bit a video just for the idea, but we could not speak about. And I would like to inform you more if you are interested. And thank you for all your good comments.
So literally, we didn't mention anything technically in the presentation because it will be so long. So we did really work at this 5 days very technically. So we did work at the technical part, the financial part. So you will be
You will find all the technical stuff in the papers. So if you need any, if you have any question, you can still tell us.
Really
يشتغل. شكرا. So yeah, so Einstein says that if we can't explain something for a kid of 3 years, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, but I don't know the code, but it means something. So try to Einsteinize this. Okay. But thank you again. How do you justify the 200K budget? I don't see a plant or a production plant in it. We can discuss it. Yeah, we can discuss. We won't take time for the others. Yeah, yeah, sure. Okay, okay.
I did a whole study.
Yeah.
I was like calling friends in Lebanon and Tunisia to do like approximate budget study.
Okay.
So you will find again in the papers all the technical stuff with like it's precisely kind of precisely.
Good.
So we didn't mention all the stuff.
Nice,
So
nice.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I see the answers, I see the energy. I just want to justify your presentation. So your return is very good. The second project, EcoEd. Yeah, hello. Yeah, my friend. Healthy minds, healthy lands. Healthy minds, healthy lands. That's the motto I saw from the thing. And I see that like you need to focus on agroecology training programs. Try to design better. Why? Because like to tackle the adoption, there are two main specific targets in it. The first one is the farmer, and he needs to be into technology nowadays. And the second one is people who are people who are using like the agroecology concepts, techniques, tactics, all the things that can improve lives. And if you have like a healthy food, you have a healthy mind, then you have a healthy land. You see. So it's a bottom-up challenge, and it's a good thing. And I'm sure that like you will like succeed in your project 100%. Try to add the component of water, and my friend will understand that better than me. From Jordan, yeah. So yeah. Alors, Women for Green. I have only to say thank you for this project. I see a complementarity regarding your team. So you have a very strong basis regarding the technical part. You have an architect, you have someone who can make it, someone who can sell it, someone who can look after the money. So yes, yes. But I have a number. Do you know that 1.9% of VC funds goes to women-founded startups? Yeah, go ahead. Good. Interested, yeah, that's the thing. So thank you for this comment, Mrs. Mohammed. Yeah. So my comment, and I'm very serious about it. Okay. What are you waiting for? Go ahead, go ahead. Like there is no time. You need to build this revolution, and it starts by 4 women. Okay. Okay. My Cora. My Cora. Okay, good. So welcoming also all the colleagues. I see one thing in this project is like it's a multicultural team, okay? And according to McKinsey, 30% of chances are increased if we have a multicultural team. So another insight is that you can be 36% more profitable than the other businesses in your competition if you are a multicultural team. So if you build a strong foundation regarding this and try to deliver a good value proposition for your clients, you're gonna maintain it for sure. And thank you for, even if there is no maîtrise in kind, but doing the pitch in French, doing the pitch in English in the same time. I was like looking for Italian, Arabic, and different languages in the same pitch to like communicate this multicultural side. Right? Thank you all of you.
Wow. So it's amazing. Actually, I've been like working with you guys, trying to support as much as possible during the last 5 days. But the outcome and the amount of times I saw you like not breaking down, but yani, super tired, and it's worth it, right? Like it's paying off, mashallah. I will go through it very fast. So for the first group, the logo. Wow. And actually, I love the fact that it's made like plastic circle because you're targeting circular economy. So how actually through your supply chain vision, you are working on the 3 phases. First, the technical stuff. And secondly, the education and the fact that you're targeting youth is amazing because you're utilizing or you're working on a specific challenge and turning it to an opportunity. So it's really amazing. And the fact that you have like the amazing product cycle that you're having and the link that you did with the SDGs was also amazing. And the fact that you are also working on sustainable fashion as well. So yeah, I can see that like the product cycle itself is very sustainable and it's worth every penny of the 2K fund that you're seeking. Thank you. So for the second team, Ed? Okay, so actually this team is first intergenerational and we have 2 farmers. I don't know if you know about it, but we have 2 farmers already. So you witnessing this and working towards it, having a med student and having, Rami, how old are you? It's amazing. So yeah, so it's really amazing actually seeing all of you working together despite the different backgrounds and generating actually this product. It's really amazing. So thank you guys. You're actually rising tide as you mentioned. So it's really amazing. And the fact that you are targeting the mid schools and targeting behavioral changes, because as you mentioned at the beginning, it's because of many reasons, but you wanted to specifically focus on the behavioral impact of farmers and citizens and so on. So you are targeting the problem roots. It's very amazing and interesting that you have this really specific target group. So thank you. Moving forward with Women for Tech, I'm not biased at all. I'm just women. So it's really amazing, like not adding much to what was just mentioned, but actually the fact that you are focusing on emerging markets and you are tailoring solutions, local solutions that target global challenges is really amazing because, yeah, starting from where you are and reflecting it on the energy transition, as Mahita mentioned, for example, it's really amazing and very ambitious. And the vertical that you mentioned, AI and climate, really innovative besides health and tech. So yeah, thank you so much for generating this solution and having this specific target audience. And finally, my Cora. It's really amazing. I want to have some samples. Like next time, can you please come with samples? I really like the, yeah, wow, okay, thank you. So, and the fact, doing the linkage between Tunisia and Mauritania, I know that you explained this to me, but you can share it afterward, the fact that where we have the sources and where we have the markets, it's really amazing, this linkage and the diversity for sure. I just wanted to see more youth-led lens where, for example, having youth as target audience to get this training on this project to be amazing, also pillar to add. And finally, the diversity and to having the better accessibility to all markets through you as ambassadors for the program is really, really amazing. So thank you. Thank you all.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm happy that I joined you before today, and I was witnessing the wealth and also the amount of knowledge, guys, you have.
For 2 days, I was trying to make some troubles within your teams to push you to have some confrontations in knowledge, which is positive to just refine in the last items of your projects. And I think one of the points which is important for each of the teams is identifying a clear problematic. That was my concern, and also going through data and also getting some insights is important. Let me start by, I have some quick comments. I will not go very deeply, but what I want to say, I'm not here to just evaluate your projects, but how we can move forward beyond that, how we can keep the momentum. I think that will be the challenge to us. So the first project, which is Mid-Plastic, I think the point that I want to say is how you can work on more innovation, because already the idea exists within the Mediterranean region. So how we can work together to design like a reward or loyalty program for the fishermen, so they can be involved, and also how we can the process of collecting the plastic, how that process can be innovative and can be different from the other processes that we have within the region. And we need also to have information, what is the footprint of tracking that plastic, to gather that plastic. I think also the other point that I want to say is explore additional uses for recycled plastic, such as durable building materials or eco-friendly packaging can be also a good point for your team. What else? I think that's what I want to say, but it's good to focus on having plastic as one of the main projects. It's important, especially for the two, especially for example for Morocco, we have two faces on the beach, so it's important to do some efforts on the plastic. Let me go to the second group, which is EcoEd. Your project is under the adaptation agenda, and the first point I want to say is, I think we need also to think about develop a mechanism to effectively involve the youth and the groups, women's cooperative. It's important to have a clear process, but I think you have the advantage that you can create a detailed mentoring and evaluation framework to track the 3 survival rates. That can be helpful for the reports, for the organizations to understand more better what is happening. And I can think beyond that with you, how you can use that idea to make a kind of carbon markets. How can industries come to you and to buy the permits of carbon markets? So you are in a good track, you have a good idea. And let me comment on what Ali says, starting by saying the health. Yes, I can 100% confirm that the health is connected to the nature. It's a good point to serve in your favor, connecting that 2 points. And also you can think about having a kind of group offers to do hiking and planting trees that can be and reward, money reward that can be to extend the idea and the project. I think that was my comments. So the third project, Women for Green Tech. So it's good that you tackle the women in the field of technology. My first comment is if we can or move deeper, because today we don't have time. The technology is moving fast, ChatGPT, a lot of AI tools, how the women can be a change maker in this process. So your idea 100% is important. Maybe the next time you will use some accurate data within your presentations, but I think the point that I want to say is to develop metrics to track the success of your participants of the project, can allow donors to understand the credibility of your project, and also to give a success stories within our Mediterranean region. But I think tackle the climate change or climate action with the technology, with AI, can be a good opportunity to you today to start your project. Yes, starting by identifying the data. I think that I was emphasizing on that. So thank you so much for putting the point on that. Let me arrive to the last project, which is Mycora, which is a very good project. Congratulations on that. What I want to say first is I was happy that you mentioned exactly when you want to start. You attract my attention that you will start the next year, even you have the funding or not yet, but just saying that I have a clear roadmap, what I expect to do, that play in your favor. Also, what I want to say is partner with the local agricultural industries and waste management companies to ensure scalable supply of raw materials. It's important because we are targeting Germany and Mauritania, so there is a lot of footprint, so there is also a very long distance, so how you can manage that. One thing I emphasized is you mentioned that you will track the mushroom. This is very important, how you want to use technology. I say bravo on that. The other point that I want to say to just be credible, how you can think about developing a pilot product of your own society, of your own business that can be just helpful to your idea and to showcase how biomaterials can be a new trend instead of using plastic. So, just to end, I insist to participate today in the event just to see the wealth, as I mentioned, of your ideas. Me and my colleague Julia within the Union for the Mediterranean and as ECA Division of Climate and Energy, we will work with you, we will support you with what we have to support you to do kind of mobilization. And also my colleagues are eager now to listen and to get an idea about your project. So the challenge is how you can keep the momentum, how you can work after today. This can be the challenge. If you manage to do that and keep the connection, I am sure you will manage to have a successful Mediterranean action, climate action and energy project. Congratulations and see you on ground.
Okay. Oh no, I think it works. Yeah, it works. Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. Firstly, I've been super impressed by the presentation. You're all confident, you're all great storytellers. It was easy to follow. And in most of your cases, not even your native language. So big congratulations on that, it's super impressive. To get from great to excellent, there's a few things. You said you made a few calls. And you two had some technologies there. Why didn't you talk about this? You know, you had what, 3-4 days? You had time to make some calls, and that is super impressive because you can say that you've talked to potential clients, you've talked to potential prospects, potential funders, whoever that is. Bringing that into the presentation shows that you're serious about it and you're already not starting next year, starting 2 days ago. And that's very powerful. And then on top of that as well, I understand if the technology is a trade secret or it involves patents or so on and so forth, but you can still talk about what it enables. You don't have to talk about how it works or what the technicalities are. At least I wouldn't probably even understand it, but you can still talk about the attributes, what it enables, why someone would use it, why someone would not use it, and it helps to understand your unique service proposition a bit better. Then I don't understand. A few of the juries here today have talked about people having too much ambition. And this is like, are people just vampires trying to suck out energy from? This is the whole point of youth. I think actually on the contrary, some of these could use even more ambition, especially on climate issues. It's, these things, even though it's with a regional scope, the vision can be much further than that. It can be a big vision of ending the climate crisis. It can be a big vision of not having pollution in the Mediterranean Sea. And then you interpolate from that. You can show that, okay, in 15 years we will be here, super ambitious. And then you say, to get there, in 10 years we'll be here, in 5 years we'll be here. I think the framework was that you have to make a plan for 2 years, right? And then that you have the more specific one. But you can still be even more ambitious, and you should be, because frankly, these are global issues, and it doesn't matter if the Mediterranean does it right, if the rest of the world doesn't. And this brings me to also the first one, so made plastic circle, right? That's you, yeah. Your problem, I think, is that you have to make yourselves useless because you're relying on plastic being in the ocean, right? Or plastic in general to recycle it. So it's a hard place to position yourself where in order to create the products, you have to get waste from the ocean. So there has to be some sort of narrative. Either you go bold and you say our goal is to make ourselves useless, and this is an intermediary step in this larger scheme, which is fine. Or then you have a larger vision on how you overcome the post, or transition into the post-pollution world. The local communities, I think, are great. It avoids a top-down approach, which rarely works in general, so props for that. And in general, this is for Med Plastic Circle, and also I think, Mike, you both, the challenge you have is competing with traditional, like oil-based plastics, for example, on durability and cost. And these are something which are heavily reliant on your technology and how it works and whether that is competitive. And most of the time it can be a volume issue or it can be a timing issue. And in the meantime, you have to find something that you can monetize yourself with, which is fine, but that's something that also could be communicated. For EcoEd, I think the intergenerational approach, intergenerational approach was fantastic. It's good. Bringing different generations over these global problems is key. And in addition to that, you have also the topics through which to bring them. So you have youth bringing innovation and then the older generations bringing the expertise, which works when facilitated correctly. I think your challenge is scalability. It risks becoming a community-focused project, and I would explore how you could make it replicable, scalable, either if it's digital tools or whatever works in the region.
I have a comment regarding this. Regarding the scalability of the project, we have already started the project. Thank you. We have already started this project as Green School, which is a prototype in Makthar. And this school is self-sufficient in energy and self-sufficient in food. And now we would like to make it further land restoration and green skills for the farmers and for the youth and for the child by combining advanced technologies in this training, like models, aqua crops, WAFOST, and many others, and remote sensing techniques which are less used in NGOs and more focused in startups and business models. We are also in this model, we try to, we replicate what we have in Makthar in several other rural areas, and it's working already in this phase. And we will try to make these ambassadors, leaders, that we have exchanged with Irbid. A great example that Ali could mention many great experiences that are already existing in Irbid. So this is kind of how we will try to make it in bigger places over Tunisia or over Jordan.
That's brilliant. Thank you for explaining. Then Women for Green Tech, right? Yes. I thought it was brilliant. I think your focus is clear. You're focused on the gender disparity problem in the green sector in the MENA region. So it's you have a laser focus to start piloting, which is great. I've co-founded a company with a woman, and this is the 2 cents I can give, is that you can be even bolder. And if I were part of your team, I would be focusing on even larger systemic issues, starting even from elementary education. You know much better than I do that it's much larger than just VCs not investing in women-founded companies. That's a ripple effect of the core problem. But brilliant, hats off to you. And for Mike as well, I think the 2 of you share very similar dynamics. I would have loved to see more like market-driven partners there. Even some of the large corporates who are, in many cases, even responsible for much of the pollution that happens, they have these sometimes greenwashing schemes, but you can actually benefit from them. So it can be worth it to collaborate on some of those. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I thought these were absolutely amazing. Congratulations on finishing the program.
Oh sure, okay. maybe بس نخلص كل شيء لأنه هلا بتستني جوليا. Okay, thank you guys so much for joining us. We're probably going to get together on the stage so we can take one picture, all of us together in the end. I won't forget, wallahi wa'ad. Well, we did it. We reached the end of our day. We have just one more person to listen to. And as you guys are settling down, I want you to give the biggest round of applause for the person who made this day possible. Everybody, please help me welcome to the stage for closing remarks, Julia. And you can talk as long as you want.
Okay, no, I'm starting a 2-hour speech that you would love to hear. No, I'm joking. Well, the first thing that I can say is thank you, really, because this was an inspiration. Actually, organize these activities with the UFM is for me also a way to learn. So I'm learning from you. I'm learning from your ideas, from your passion, and I'm learning from your feedback as well. And this is what will help me and the UFM in general to implement better activities that are more tailored to your needs, to your point of view. So again, really, thank you to you, because you're what inspires the work that we do. And for this, we are going to share with you, of course, a survey to collect your feedback. And this is really the idea that we want to foster. Like, really, I want to hear from you, from the participant, from the juror, from the speaker that we have today, how we can improve. And I can assure that this is not just an exercise that we do to reporting to donors. This is what actually will make the next activities that we are going to do. And for example, as for the MedYouth Lab, we already foreseen to host a second edition in 2025 next year. So this is just one of the several activities the UFM does, having youth in mind, and also tackling larger problems, let's say, and solutions. So this is really for you to keep an eye on what we do, and to also, like, I would say, like, the message that I want to leave to you is to keep being so passionate and so proactive, to reach out to the UFM, for instance, but to other possible partners, donors, organizations, company that would make your dreams come true, because this is really how it works a lot of time. The UFM MedYouth Lab itself was the result of feedback that we have from previous activities, like, for example, the third edition, the Mediterranean Youth Academy, that we co-organized with the Mediterranean Youth Foundation, here represented by Youssef Farouj, his co-founder. And so this is really a mechanism that we want to keep in place, like learning from you and doing better activities for you and for the rest of the youth of the Euro-Mediterranean region based on what's your experience sharing here with us. So this said, again, a round of applause to you, to the amazing work that you've done, to the project that you pitched, to our jurors that really made an amazing job. They gave you retailer feedback that will help you, I think, also supporting these ideas that you have here and possibly implement them in the future. And now, let's go to lunch. Thank you. Yalla, of course. Family pictures. We don't want to deceive Ali. Yalla.
حاجه في الوقت لك